Yeah, let's do that so we can. I need to actually lower the volume though, right? There you go.
I think you're good right now.
There you go.
Okay, I think that's good. All right. All right, you guys can hear it? Okay, yeah, we're live now, Gabri. I think everything's working well. We're good.
That's good. That's good. What's up, everyone? What's up? What's up? Where do I see the chat? I need to like look at it. I have it split screen. I want to see like the stream chat, but I don't know where to click. I'm gonna split screen.
So I also wanted to ask people in chat. So we got this tier list right here. You can see my cursor. We got this tier list right here, or this tier list template, I should say, where
we're just gonna play some. If we do this one, if we're gonna just play some as we go, you know what we think. You know what I mean? Like this is S, and then
yeah,
yeah, that's it.
If it's too complicated though,
actually the version you have is not too complicated, but there's too much opinion. So much opinion.
Yeah. Because I have either, like, we can, this one is going to be a lot more simple, and this is what people are used to with just the, you know, the horizontal one, instead of the grid.
If we're going to do the point system thing that we're going to talk about a little bit, well, let's do this one there. You have that one, actually. Because we get, you know what I mean? It's not necessary to mention the skill part.
Because the skill part is going to be very subjective, like how much skill it takes to use like PK, or
yeah, I agree.
How much skills it takes to use Great Lance or whatever.
Okay, so Boomer here. You can see my screen. How do I like see chat if I have split screen? You know, on Twitch chat. I don't know how to freaking do that.
Actually, let me check. You can pop out the chat to have it in like a separate window. So if you, if you click on the, if you click on the chat on the, if you go back here to when you had it full screen, when you see the chat. Okay, now check it on the top right, or top right of the chat, or top left of the top of the chat window. There's like a, there's collapse. Let's see that. Wait a minute, let me check on my screen. I can collapse it easier. It's not it. Wait, is that it for you? No.
Yeah, it closes it though.
Close it. Never mind. I mean, it should be
when I'm split screen. You know what I mean? Like,
try to check every corner. There should be an option to pop it out.
Chat, starting, casting, full screen. It's okay. I'll just go back to full screen when we need to. All right. See, yeah. See,
let me check.
Are you able to get it? Yeah. See.
That's alright, we're just getting set up. It's gonna take a while to do the tier list, so just get comfortable.
Oh yeah.
It's there's a lot of weapons to go through.
It's in the setting menu. It says bottom right. Bottom right. Setting menu, bottom right. Wait.
One sec, I'm opening a Twitch window of my own so I can guide you through this. They can actually try stuff as well.
Okay.
Need to mute that. Here. Yeah, we are doing all the weapons, Bean. Right now we're just setting this up so that Gabri can pop out the chat. Let's see.
Sorry about that, guys.
Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it, Gabri. So,
I'm watching you.
Go full screen. Go full screen.
Oh, yeah.
And then at the bottom right of the chat, where there's... Wait, you do not... Do you have that? You have a gear, little gear... You don't have a gear icon next to the chat at the bottom right. You only have... Oh, scroll down a bit, the page. Scroll down, the full page. Wait, there's nothing on the... There should be like... You see where there's the chat box for you to type in chat?
Yeah.
Right under the chat box, there should be a gear, actually. Like, right under that, yeah. I don't know if you can go under that.
It's right here, it's right here. Actually, let me... Well, I can't, actually. What's going on?
It's like your page is just not big enough to see that gear.
Yeah. Claim bonus.
Yeah, claim bonus there.
I can barely... Every time I go down, like, it's not going down. Oh my god, this is weird. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. We'll manage. I'll just go back to split screen when I need to. You know what I mean?
What if you make the window smaller? Maybe you can move it around a bit.
Here, let's do it this way. Wait, what's going on?
Yeah, zoom out. Go to your... Oh yeah, go to your settings and 90% zoom at the top. Do you know how to do that?
Yeah.
Zooming on the page.
Zoom in out here. I can just.
Yeah, you can zoom out of the page and... Oh my god, it doesn't work. It actually still puts it like flush with the ground. That is horrible.
I don't know why it's doing that.
So yeah, the gear is like right under there.
Do you see it? Like it's right here. Okay, wait. It's okay. It's okay. We'll manage. We'll manage. Let me go. Let me back here.
Explaining stuff to Grandpa.
Pretty much.
Well, at least you know where it is. Now it's just a question how to reach it.
Exactly. It's okay. We'll talk. We'll go back to. We'll toggle between them.
Well, I'm gonna have chat on my screen, so it's not gonna be too
actually,
bad.
it works. Look.
You got it?
I have no idea how it works. I didn't press anything, but it works. All right, there you go.
All right.
Okay. So it magically worked.
Okay. There you go. All right, I'm gonna have chat anyway, so
yeah,
not gonna be too bad.
All right.
All right. So since we got, I think most of the viewers already. Do you want to explain how you want to rank the weapons? Because we're gonna have a system for this, right?
Yeah, let's have like a formula kind of thing to calculate it. So the idea is this.
So 1 second, Gabri. So right now I have this setup where Gabri is streaming on Discord and I am streaming his screen. So when we're gonna place the weapons, I'm gonna be streaming this, which is the tier list here. I have all the weapons in little icons that we can move around, you know?
Yeah.
Can move every single weapon and we're gonna place them in the tier list. But when Gabri needs to explain stuff, I'm just gonna show his screen like that so that you guys don't get confused.
Okay. All right, so let's go into the formula. I'll start explaining it right now. So the idea is this. We're gonna use a matchup game to decide the ranking of weapons. There are 177 weapons. And I added this kind of combination on top of the list of things I want to add. So this combination includes crossbows, shields, homing soul mass, lightning arrow, fire surge. Wait, that's funny.
There's fire and black surge. Black surge is very powerful.
Black flame paired with fast weapon, basically. This is 5 of them. This is 5 things in this combination. And that's funny. Give me a second. Daggers. So daggers, there's 13 weapons. Stray swords, there's 17 weapons. Great sword, there's 16. Augs, there's 11. You know, this is all the number of weapons in each class. So the idea is this. We gotta go one by one, each weapon through wiki right here. And then, for example, we go like Murky Hand Scythe. Murky Hand Scythe is gonna go through all the daggers. Through combination 1, Murky Hand Scythe has...
So does Murky Hand Scythe beat combination 1, which is dagger and, say, crossbow, right?
Yeah,
a normal dagger with crossbow.
So a crossbow, yeah, exactly. So a Murky Hand Scythe against a straight sword, crossbow, dagger, crossbow. it doesn't have it has a reasonable matchup. It's doable is the point. That you get a point for that, you know. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's like you have no chance. Like
so after we go through all the combination and then we go through all the daggers, so does Murky Insight win versus Mailbreaker? Yes. Okay, we pass the next one. Then it wins versus this and this. So we know now, since this is Murky, it beats all the other daggers. And then we go to the next class below, which is Straight Sword. And we check, does Murky beat the Short Sword? Does it beat the Long Sword, etc.? Like all the Straight Swords.
Yep.
And then, well, since it's Murky, like for instance here, we know that it just beats all the other classes. So it's very simple. There's no need to drag on that for too long. But maybe with a weapon like, I don't know, the Scholar Candlestick, we're gonna have to look at it a bit more.
Yeah.
In details, right?
So a lot of them are gonna be straightforward. Like Murky Insight, for example, it probably is gonna have 182 out of 182 matchup. So it beats everything. If it's fighting itself, let's give it a point to make math easy, you know. So this way we don't have to like minus 1 point from the daggers. It's just, we know there's 13 daggers, give it 13 points, you know. So that is gonna get 100%. Let's say a Straight Sword ends up, you know, matching it up with the daggers. Let's say it loses against all daggers, right? So the Straight Sword, that specific one, is gonna have minus 13 from the 182. And then after we calculate everything, let's say it beats everything else, 182 minus 13, whatever that number, and then we divide it by 182. You know what I mean? That gives you a percentage, and that's where it's gonna be at. American Hansa is gonna have 100%. Straight Sword is gonna have like a 80, 89 or something percentage, and then we rank them based on the list. The S tier is gonna have from 90 to it's just like how, you know, in school you learn B is like 80 to 89, you know. See, that kind of thing. And this way it's gonna make things very objective in a way, less more about it's my opinion, you know. That the only opinion is gonna be deciding if it's a better matchup or not. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm starting to wonder now if we should add some of the most prominent spells to the tier list.
Well, we can,
like Black Flame, HSM, LA. Well, those.
The HSM is the thing is why I added only those spells, because they basically make up the build, the one that are buying. Yeah. You know what I mean? Lightning Arrow, same thing. Fire Surge and Black Flame, same thing. Other spells, they don't make the build. They're just there, you know?
Yeah.
That's the only reason I have them.
I think we should rank. Actually, those are not weapons though. We have the shields, so we have a few shields. I think we should add those spells like HSM, LA, Fire Surge, and Black Flame. I think we should add them actually. Let me do that real quick.
Sounds good. When we say HSM, we're not saying by itself. It's always going to be paired with a fast weapon. Just, you know, that's the criteria you're going to look at it. How do you even list weapons on how fast they are? What does that even mean?
So here, I'm going to grab a screen capture of Homing Soul Mass, and we're going to import that in here. Spells, and add that.
Is this what you have to look into JeeNiNe all the time when you stream? You have to you know JeeNiNe, like, so he's like, when he plays, he focuses all the time, right? And then you put a message to him on chat, and he's just so focused he doesn't see you. Everybody's thinking, oh, JeeNiNe is ignoring me. There's so much. It's actually kind of, there's a lot of messages. I don't blame him now. Now looking at him, you know, first person, there's a lot of messages.
Yeah, I'm already pretty bad at it, and now that my stream has more people, it's hard to keep up.
It is. It's only gonna get harder. But that's good. That's a good thing, though. Keep it up.
Print screen. All right, we got this, and let's add another one.
What about Curse Dagger?
Curse Dagger.
Well, Mercury Hansa is pretty much Curse Dagger, so you know, it just takes longer. That's what it is.
Love Thief, thanks for the bits, man. Put Kieran on the C scale for Dark Souls 3, but put him on S scale for hentai games.
Oh my god,
I
Kieran
wonder
is...
if Kieran's gonna show up.
So I have something about Kieran. Kieran is the one that ruined Dark Souls 3 more than me. You know, I have some things that I ruined Dark Souls 3, but Kieran actually kind of destroyed Dark Souls 3, in my opinion.
Yeah, Kieran is low-key the black horse of Dark Souls 3.
Like, you know, we thought Murky Hindsight was bad, and you know, all those stuff, Perseverance, you know, like this, those are cute. Kieran created all this Estus cancel and you know, with the split eve infinite, all that nasty stuff. That's his fault.
Yeah, you really did though.
I remember when he was showing us. Remember Gina when he was showing us? We didn't care. Like, what is this guy talking about? Like, he was showing us a long time ago about all this stuff. And
But to be fair, when he found the rope bomb cancel, he was really the only one able to do it. And I think to this day, like all the other glitches spawned from his glitch, but the original rope bomb cancel is still very hard to do for most people.
yeah, it's true. Because the window is a little harder. But the reason why he was able to find through that because he used rope bombs a lot.
Yeah.
The Dungy Pie is a mental weapon. Why is it not on the list? I agree. Karen could be a B scale, or does it? Yeah. No, but for real, like I remember him like showing us all this stuff. We never cared about it, and then I think exploded when PC got it, and then they did the frame data and all that stuff, and they all get into it, and then just exploded from there. Hey, what's up, Amish?
All right. Do you want to get started with just straight up? Let's go for the first daggers.
One by one. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Let me go on Photoshop here, and you can tell me which weapon is first. Actually, I should have it in the order of what's it called? Extra life.
Yeah, let's
at least by classes.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Man, this is gonna be hard. I'm looking at this. Okay, dagger. What does the normal dagger beat in all the other daggers here?
Wait a minute. Give me a second. I don't understand why I have sound right now.
I'll just mute my stream. That's it.
No, it's not yours. It's like a Fextra Life. Why do I have Fextra Life sound? This guy doing the review thing for Fextra. Give me a second. Oh shit, it's right here. I'm like, what is that?
Also, I think it should be noted that we're doing a tier list for 1v1, right?
Yeah.
Because if we start doing it when there's multiple people or like invasion scenario, it's gonna get a lot more complicated. But I think as a standard, I think a 1v1 tier list for meta is a better starting point to make any other tier list because you have the groundwork already set here.
Yep. Because like
the weapons are positioned better.
For invasion, like bows for duels, like they suck, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking about great bows, and then for invasion, great bows are like really good.
Very useful.
You know what I mean? That's the whole point. The difference between them. There's a lot of other things that work in invasion.
Are you taking into account swaps? Swaps don't really change where a weapon by itself ranks.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, you guys are ready? We're gonna go start with the first weapon.
Yep, I think we're ready. Let's start with the dagger.
So dagger, if we compare it to all of these daggers, dagger, in my opinion, beats parrying dagger.
Yeah, I think it beats parrying dagger.
LimitBreaker and dagger, what do you think?
Okay, so I think from my experience, when there's a quick step dagger versus a non-quick step dagger, I think the quick step dagger actually edges it. So I have a fair bit of experience using Corvian versus Gru dagger, either versus Distant or versus Grim.
Yeah.
Good dagger players. And I always felt like having quick step gives it an advantage, even if Corvian has a slight bit of range. In that particular matchup. Maybe Corvian is better against a lot of other matchups because of the range, but against dagger versus Mailworker, I think the dagger actually wins.
I agree. Quick step cancel, and like if you guys think about it, a lot of weapons have recovery cancel. But the way quick step recovery cancel works is that, you know, like if you do a really nice racer cancel in the other blade, you still go to a stance, and like you know, there's a frame, little bit of time that you can hit him. The quick step cancel goes into iframe. So an attack after like the hitbox frames, you just literally just get iframes after you're using it, which is insane if you think about it. It's extremely safe. It's the safest kind of cancel. So
also I would like to mention, like, when we're doing this, we're always considering the weapon like on his best build. So you know, when we're doing dagger versus Mailbreaker, it's not gonna be like necessarily chaos dagger versus Mailbreaker. We're thinking like, okay, a sharp dagger used as a main weapon versus like a sharp Mailbreaker, something like that.
All right, good to have some people here. We can. Hey, by the way, chat, like you guys say, we already know the rules. You can tell us your opinions of what we think. We might change. You might have good points.
Yeah, if you guys have like different opinions and you want to voice yourself, feel free. That's where we're doing this live actually, so that you guys can weigh in on our decision and on our commentaries.
Yep. Okay, so basically...
Alright, so daggers beats parrying dagger and then beats Mailbreaker. What about bandit knife, though? That's a harder one.
Bandit knife, so it's like this. So if it beats it, gets 1 point. If it's equal to it, gets 0 point. You know what I mean? If it's losing to it, gets -1 point. Like
I think they're pretty like similar.
So
yes, the dagger has crit damage, but if we're talking in 1v1, usually it shouldn't really matter that much.
Yeah, so dagger, so far 1 point against parry and 1 point against Mailbreaker, and 0 with bandit knife. Let's put a 0, in my opinion. Like if it's losing, it's gonna get -1, just to let you know.
Right.
Okay, so bandit is 0, so 2 points, and then Rotten Grew, I think it's -1.
I think Rotten Grew beats the dagger here. Yeah, I agree.
Because of the poison is really good on it, especially because it's faster. Okay, so so right now 1, 2, and then -1 is still 1. Corvian and dagger. What do you think?
Woo, that's a hard one, honestly. That is hard, because I think Rotten Grew has that little bit of range that edges it, and it also has poison. But even though it has quick step against Corvian, I still think the little bit of range that Corvian has kind of makes it closer than, say, Mailbreaker versus dagger. But I don't know, maybe because we're talking like the best possible build, so it's going to be like a refined Corvian versus like a sharp dagger. The sharp dagger here is going to outdamage the Corvian though on trades, and is going to have quick step. So
yep.
And I don't think you're going to be able to really catch with the weapon art with Corvian against quickstep either. So I think actually the dagger edge is Corvian.
I agree. Quickstep, just a huge game changer. It has a lot of perks to it. Okay.
Against one another. Yet, although, like, to be fair, like, this dagger, for instance, will do a lot. Not as good against, like, say, Goddard. I think Corvian does a lot better against Goddard than, say, the dagger, though.
Yeah.
But dagger versus Corvian, I think dagger edges it a bit.
Okay, we're with you. We're with you. Dagger and male bandit. We're not saying it's better. Don't worry. Like you think we're working on dagger right now, and we compare it to all the weapons. So right now we just focus on dagger.
So let's go over the obvious ones quickly. Like we can like pretty much skip the Handsmaiden, Scholar Candlestick. Tailbone Short Sword, I think it's also obvious. If it beats Corvian, it beats Tailbone. Same with Brigand Twin. I think having the dagger two-handed kind of really beats the twin daggers as well. Harp here, another obvious one. Harp beats it.
So basically, the only -1s are gonna be Harp, Murky Hand Scythe, and Bandit's Knife are the -1s. You subtract points off of it. And so if the whole thing is 13 points, all the daggers against itself would give it the points. 13 points minus 3. We'll say it's 10 points from daggers. You know, so far 10 points.
So the dagger really only gets beaten in his class by Harp, Murky, and Grew Dagger, right? And the entire dagger class.
Yep. So that's why it's -3 points. So it gets yep, pretty much.
Okay, Gabri, I have an idea here. Why don't we do a little ranking within its own class like right away? So we place So like I place Murky as first, right? Then Harp as second, and the dagger, and then we just place them in order like that, right? I think it's gonna be easier to place them afterward. What do you think?
The thing is, if we do, I agree with you, but like we're already gonna do the point system, so it's not gonna matter. You know what I mean? In the end, we're gonna look at it one by one.
I think it's just easier though to calculate afterward though.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I got.
Because like if I'm looking at this, like I can just like place stuff around like very quickly, and then
let's do that. Let's do that. Do you have it in your side? Let me see your side. You have all the daggers organized from top to, so we can say.
And then we can adjust things actually.
Okay.
Probably actually I would still put this here. So if it was me, what do you think? Parry? What's better, parrying dagger or brigand twin daggers?
Parrying dagger is so bad.
I mean, they're both pretty bad. But...
because it has quick step, brigand has quick step at least. The parrying dagger is just horrible, man. You know, one of the memes that I did for Murky Hindsight when I wanted to nerf Murky Hindsight for Ashes, I gave it a parrying weapon art instead of quick step. That's how I wanted to meme on it. It's just. So
you see my screen, right? You see the how I got the dagger set up. Do you think that's like a fair positioning for the daggers like that?
Do you know what Grim wants to join us?
Oh my god, it's gonna take forever with Grim.
Oh my god, Grim, hey, you can just chat.
Grim, if you behave for like a good hour, we might get you in there at some point if it's going smoothly.
Yep.
But for now, we're just gonna set everything straight just for the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. So it's so JeeNiNe. Look, I am. For the way we did it right now, we just took dagger and just subtracted 3 points because I lost against Harp, Murky Hindsight, and what was the other
Grew.
one? And
Grew.
Yeah, so -3. So it gets 13 points, not 10 points for that one. If we go to the next one, if you go to 10 points from from dagger. If we go to
straight swords,
dagger I think beats. Like which one does it not beat? Let's go like that. I think Ring Knight.
I think Ring Knight is. I think Ring Knight is pretty obvious. I think we can actually place some of the straight swords real quick as well. I think Ring Knight and Goddard straight up are the better straight swords here.
Yep, and then follow up with that, I would say Lothric.
Lothric, yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, really.
Yeah.
After that, what's better, do you think, Longsword or Morion Blade?
In my opinion, okay, Longsword or Longsword is better.
I think Dark Longsword is going to be better for the
Longsword
full fight.
is better. You gotta understand the matchup. When we do the point system, you'll see how much is it better because like shields, it does better against shields than Lorien, for example.
Right.
Morion Blade. Just that's 1 point in there.
Actually, what's better, Yttriel or Morion Blade? I think Yttriel is better, right?
Yttriel is better because I have the innate frost. That's a huge deal. Morion is just like you put it in your back kind of weapon. It's stupid. Of course, Grim.
This is actually pretty hard to place all of these straight swords like that on a whim.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's unnecessary because we're gonna go one by one anyways through each one, so it's gonna be like not needed in my opinion.
So, all right, at least we have the first obvious ones are pretty, self-explanatory. I think if we go by those weapons, I think the dagger loses to Ring Knight, and I think the dagger loses to Goddard as well.
Yeah, those are. I think that range difference that the range gives you an advantage of like so it's like this. If I wish we were in game so we can show you. But like if you're fighting a shorter straight sword, it's easier to get to outspace him with a faster weapon.
Yes, exactly.
But a longer weapon it's hard. It's Goddard is very hard to. So even though it's slower, it's harder because it's longer. So
I actually think that the dagger even loses to the Yttriel straight sword because Yttriel straight sword has the same type of range here.
So Aether's straight sword, even Lothric holy sword.
Yeah, Lothric as well. I mean, also, I think we should still keep in consideration the type of damage here, because when the dagger trades with like Lothric, it loses the trade like big time. Whereas if it trades with the barbed straight sword, I mean, it doesn't lose the trade as much, right?
Yeah, and then you gotta understand, unlike Murky Hindsight, it has dagger stun, so you know straight sword spam gets it. Like even though quick step, there's a way to not get hit by the second R1, but it's extremely hard to do if you quick step around them. You can still hit people with it, and if it trades, it's not against you, unlike Murky Hindsight. So a lot of straight sword, they're gonna be, you know, in my opinion, strong against the regular dagger.
Yeah.
So I would say all of the long ones are better. So how many of them? One.
Longsword. You still consider longsword to be a long one? Lothric Holy Sword actually is another long one.
Yeah. So against dagger, it's gonna be so ring knife straight sword. Losing
even dark sword, right? I think dark sword still wins against a dagger.
1, 2, 3, 4,
7,
5, and then 6. Which one is the 7 one? So okay, we can say 7. 7, and then like there's how many weapons? There's 17. So plus 10. So another 10. Plus 10. Plus 10.
And we can use, like, say the dagger as a basis for like the other daggers that are similar. Like bandit knife is probably gonna have the same type of score as the dagger.
It's gonna be easier. It's gonna be easier as we go. This is in the beginning. We're doing the whole thing, and like the weapons are very similar. They're gonna be very similar. So like there's nothing around that. So 10 points right now for dagger from the straight sword. Against great sword, it just beats all of them, in my opinion. There's no way around.
Yeah, I think the dagger beats all great swords. So that's very.
That's a quick one. That's
decide.
Just a quick one. We don't need to look at it. So
exactly. Same thing with ultra great swords here. It's
see how fast it is.
One of the hardest counter.
Exactly. So plus 60. Let me add the 16, and then how many great swords? Ultra great sword plus 11. Okay, so we're in 47 right now. And then
starts to get interesting here versus the curved swords.
So the curved swords. Let's go to the curved swords.
Okay, so I think we can safely say that all the fast curved swords beat the dagger, right?
Oh yeah, all of them. All of them.
Even I mean, I don't think it's even close, even with the Painting Guardian.
Yeah. The difference in stun and close and being similar speed is just a huge factor. Any trade just eats it.
Yeah, so it's going to be more of a question with stuff like Crescent Moon, Falchion,
I'd say
Twin Blade, Sellsword. I don't know.
I'd say against Sellsword, I think it loses.
You think Sellswords beats Quickstep Dagger?
So the reason why I'm saying this is because like the running attack to R1 is crazy good, because if I do a running attack, right? And then like this guy quick steps and I R1, like the chances of me trading with them, and if they R1, is almost likely like 100% on a good connection, you know?
Yeah.
And any trade they eat is for me, because it's the same. It's a better stun. And then if it's a huge combo like potential, there's a lot of things going on with it. So I would add Sellsword to the fast weapons. Same thing for Warden for the same reason.
So you're good. You're basically saying that the twin curved swords are better than dagger, but maybe not the denser, right? You still think the dagger?
Oh, denser is not better than it.
Because I think even the dagger will out damage a denser on the proper build.
Yep. The reason why Sellsword is better because of the running attack to R1 priority. That's the huge factor. The others, curved sword, I think they lose against it. I agree. Maybe Follower Saber. I think Follower Saber would beat a dagger because you can actually catch it with the weapon. I forget about Followers. Follower Saber is actually a good one because the weapon is easy to catch it, in my opinion. There's a way to use it and you can catch people with it. So Follower Saber plus the 2 twin swords. So that's 3. How many small swords are there? 1, 2.
Okay, so dagger basically beats. Let me just put them there to the side. The dagger would beat these ones right here. So dagger would beat Storm Curve Sword, would beat Falchion, would beat Karthus Curve Sword. Who would have said that back in the day? Crazy, right? And also Karthus Shotel as well.
So how many are that? So okay,
so do you want to know which one it beats or which one it gets beaten by?
let's the one that beats is smaller, so let's just do that. So Ryan grew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 weapon that it beats. So where is Curve Sword?
Actually, the dagger beats 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It beats 7 weapons, and it gets beaten by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It gets beaten by 8.
So plus 7 for it. Plus 7.
Yeah.
Plus 7. Plus 7. All right.
Sure, of great swords. I think dagger beats all of them.
Oh yeah, 100%. So how many are there? 5 plus 5.
Yeah.
Plus 5. And then like katanas. Katanas, I think it beats them all. Actually,
even
no.
Uchi? Even Uchi?
No, not Uchi. Onki.
Yeah, the Onki. I think Onki beats the dagger as well, actually.
Yeah,
With the L1. I don't think you can quick step on a good connection against an L1 spam.
Very good point. Unki is actually a good one. Unki, let's get it. Where is it? Katana, there's 8 of them. So that's, it gets 7 points instead. Frayed Blade, what do you think of Frayed Blades against Dagger?
Honestly, I was mostly thinking of... I actually don't know if Washing Pole beats a dagger or not.
I don't think so, because they have the same stun. Even though it's longer, they have the same stun. Think about it. And then even though it's longer, but it suffers for being the same stun, and then any trade will be advantage for a dagger.
Yeah, I actually think that the dagger will outdamage a Washing Pole. If both are optimized build, the dagger will get a Leo Ring counter hit on the trade.
Yeah.
And I think the dagger might actually outdamage the Washing Pole.
Yeah. So basically, Onikiri. What about Frayed Blade though? Frayed Blade weapon R2 is actually good for quick step.
I think I can beat any Frayed Blade with an optimized dagger build like that. So I think the dagger beats Frayed.
It's just basically Onikiri, because Onikiri has so much utilities. You know, the L1 is crazy good, and then not only that, the weaponer, you have hyper armor. If you get a good read, they eat like 700.
Yeah, even with the cancel, it's mostly about, the Frayed Blade is easier to dodge. So as soon as the Frayed Blade whiffs, the dagger can go for a reaction roll catch or a whiff punish. Whereas if the Frayed Blade attacks, the dagger quick step out and there's no follow-up after that. There's not the same kind of pressure, so... I mean, we're still talking about a dagger here. Like, the dagger is one of the 2-weapon class or 3-weapon class that can reaction roll catch.
Mm-hmm. So basically, it gets there. How many katanas? 8. Let's get 7 points.
So the only thing that we would say would beat a dagger is probably the Unki.
Yeah, Unki. Yep. So plus 7 points right there. Plus 7. 7 points.
Yeah, Grim, even with the recovery cancel, it really doesn't change anything, to be quite honest.
Because look, the recovery cancel, you guys need to understand. For Frayed Blade, it's great, but the thing is, unlike Ring Knight Straight Sword, it doesn't go to neutral. You know, like when Ring Knight Straight Sword, you block in order to go to neutral, so you have a lot of advantage there. But that one just goes into the hold stance, you know, and that's huge. Like, that's a lot of frames that you can, attack them where they're vulnerable. Okay, let me go.
All right, let's move on to rapiers here. That one should be interesting, actually.
Okay, so rapiers. Rapiers actually is very interesting.
Yeah, because I think actually I'm looking at these, and I think on the proper build, I think they all beat the dagger actually.
I think the same thing too, because they're pretty decently fast.
You can't quick step in a rapier spam if the connection is good.
Yeah, so... the thing is, if they do a spam, like, they're not really losing that much, because the spam for it is just as fast as a straight sword like spam. You know what I mean? It can catch as well, and any trade is for dagger. Remember, you're not talking about micro hand side right here. Just a regular dagger with dagger stun. So it doesn't get any point right here, in my opinion, too.
Yeah, I don't think it beats any of them. Even you guys are asking, what about the Crystal Sage rapier? Well, Crystal Sage, I think, is S-stock length or longer, actually.
It's longer.
So even if it doesn't have the same type of damage that the others could have on a proper build, it would still, you know, be really felt in a matchup, the amount of range that the Crystal rapier would have.
Yep, pretty much. So axes, it beats all axes.
Yeah.
So
actually, Troll. What about Troll Axe versus Dagger? That's an interesting one because they both have quick step, right?
Yeah, but then
and the Troll Axe trade combos, I think, if it trades with the Dagger.
Yeah, but then you gotta look at the whole move set. Troll Axe doesn't have a good running attack. It doesn't have a good rolling attack. It doesn't have a lot of things going.
Ultimately, if the Troll Axe whiffs, the Dagger can go for a reaction roll catch, whereas you can't do the same with Troll Axe. So it would come down to that.
So it gets axes, it gets 10 points, plus 10.
But let me just put something out there here. It's not because we put Dagger before all the axes that you can't beat a Dagger with these axes, right? You can still beat it if you're the better player or you just happen to outplay your opponent. It's just that we're talking about, generally speaking,
equally
I think
good
the Dagger.
Players. Like
exactly.
If you okay, I gotta put this out there too. The thing is, a lot of weapons, you gotta be objective about it. You gotta like think about it from the outside view. In the end, an ultra great sword, as much as I like it, for example, it's much worse than a curved sword. You know, if I'm beating a curved sword user, either that curved sword user has like a bad day or something like that, or I'm just like that much better than them. Like my fundamentals let me, even the odds for me. You know what I mean? So it's in the end, ultra great sword is worse than PKCS. There's just no way out of that. So we just gotta be a little bit open-minded with it.
All right, let's move the Dagger forward. Let's keep this going.
So axes already added it.
Okay, yeah. So Dagger better than all the axes, so we can get rid of that.
And then Grey Axes is just better than all of them too.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Grey Axes. You know, if they had a really good running attack, they might be better than Ultra Grey Sword in a way. Just the running attack is bad. Plus, how many Grey Axes are there? 7 plus 7. Okay, and then hammers.
Actually, you're at hammers right now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can go to hammers actually. Yeah, you can start.
So hammers plus 8 to like all of them, it beats them. So we can be quick about it. There's Dagger's better.
Yeah, I actually agree. Even actually, when you consider Hazel Pick, you have to consider that it has the Fair and Straight Sword, or Fair and Flash Sword. Sorry, right? You have to consider that it's kind of part of it because that's really how you use the full moveset of the Hazel, right?
That's true. That's true. That's actually a good point. And then
I don't think you can quickstep spam in a Fair and Flash Sword. Actually.
You know what? That's a good point. Here, let me subtract one point from there, because that's a good point. Not only that, homing soul mass is part of the build. Like optimized version of it, if you think about it. So I would say 80 is a good number. Right now we are so minus 1 point. It beats all of them except Hazelpick. Grey Hammer, all of them. What's going on in chat? Everything okay?
No, everyone's all right. Scrim is just whining.
It's just it's okay, Grim. Just wait a little bit. 30 more minutes, and we can if you behave like JeeNiNe said, we might add you. All right.
Grim, it's too hard for him to behave like that.
Plus 14 from Grey Hammer. That's a lot of points for Dagger right now. Okay, from Grey Hammer. So plus 14. So plus 14, and then the fist and claws. What do you think of that one?
All right. So sorry. One sec. You made it so that the Dagger beats all the hammers except Hazel, right? With Fair and Flash Sword.
Yep.
Okay, that's good. And then Great Hammers, you went through all of them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we actually saw that matchup. For those who are curious, Lido versus a dagger. We had Niviel completely counter J-Horse in the $600 tournament with a bandit knife.
There's nothing they can do, man. Like,
yeah, pretty
the
much.
quick step is too much. So claws and fists, that one is interesting in my opinion a little bit. Because of the parry. Parry is extremely helpful with against quickstep.
Actually, when I said earlier that only like 3 classes can reaction roll catch, I think there's actually more than that, and fist is actually one of them. You can reaction roll catch with fists in Dark Souls. So I think that changes how the matchup is played a bit.
So I would say it beats claws and Dark Hand, and Cestus and Demon Fist, they beat it. What do you think?
I think it beats Dark Hand indeed. At 125, I think there's no doubt about that. It will out damage Dark Hand for sure.
Yeah.
So it definitely beats Dark Hand.
The claws beats them too in a way.
Yeah, actually, what does claw have? Yeah,
they're a lot slower than. Okay, so so it gets how many? 3, 1, 2, 6.
What about Mannequin Claws though? Because Mannequin Claws has quick step too.
Oh shoot! Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Unlike that one, see, unlike the other axe, what do you call it? What's the axe that had quick step?
Troll axe.
So unlike that one, Mannequin has a good running L1, for example. You know, it's able to pressure better. That's a good point. Okay, Mannequin, I would say it beats Dagger.
You think so? You think it, even though with quick step, you think it still beats Dagger?
Because like, if you see the L1s, like I don't know if you guys tried it. The L1s, the quick step is extremely low. Like the frames, the cancel from L1s to it's extremely low. And not only that, the running R1 has I don't know if you guys know this, claws and Mannequin. The running R1 of all the fast weapons, it's the only ones that have a straight sword stun. Like even curved great swords running attack is a dagger stun, and these have a straight sword stun. You know? That's
interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's which is funny too. Like Crow Talons doesn't have that. I don't know why. Like actually no, I know why when I checked the data, but Crow Talons don't have that. Only Mannequins and Claws. Would have been interesting if Crow Talons had it, because it can combo directly to the weapon art if you follow up after right attack, like a pseudo combo. But you can't get everything, I guess.
All right, so we can say that Mannequin Claws probably beats Dagger. I still think Dagger beats Mannequin Claws, even though you say that. But I mean,
hey, let's do this. Let's do this. What do you guys think? This is where we get to chat. Okay,
yeah, this is where we get the chat to weigh in on this.
So, Mannequins and Dagger, which one wins?
Yeah, which one do you guys think is better? Like, if it has to face one another, a Mannequin Claw on an optimized build versus a Dagger on an optimized build.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can take either a sharp, either one, or buffed either one. Dagger wins. Yeah, everyone is saying Dagger here.
Okay, let's go Dagger.
I think Dagger is still.
And then Cestus and Demon Fist, I think, beat Dagger.
You think so?
See,
I still think the Dagger beats all the fist weapons.
The thing is, fist weapons with the parry and that speed is a huge thing, man. Like if I do an R1, L1, like or if I have 2 fists as a parry weapon, and I R1, and then they quick step towards me, it's an easy like parry for fists. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because like it's a habit that a lot of quickstep users do. Like they quickstep in the R1. It's an easy habit, and then they get caught into that. So and then perseverance too is a big thing for Cestus. You gotta look at that too.
All right, I guess we can put Kestis and Demon Fist. I'm like playing a scenario in my head right now, as if I had a Dagger versus.
And then Demon Fist has the spinning attack, like multi-hit. If you go quick step next to it, it will catch you.
Yeah, probably.
So.
All right, yeah, I don't mind that. I could go. In my opinion, it really could go either way. It's a hard one to call, I think.
In a way, like if I see where Mannequin can go, but like I see Demon Fist and Cestus doing really much better than Dagger. Like if we got other weapons, like Murky is extremely different, than like a Corvin, not even Murky. Corvin will beat Cestus and Demon Fist, in my opinion, because of the range.
Yeah, I still think that, like someone mentioned, but Kestis can burst spam. If Kestis burst spam, you dagger R1 and quick step out, and that's 100% safe. So you can't. Perseverance actually goes in the dagger's favor here.
Don't forget, also it can backstab them too. Like a
guy who, on top of that, it's the best backstab.
The huge backstab, especially on Perseverance. Some guy doing Perseverance, that's an easy backstab for someone if they do it right. Okay, so honestly, let's do another poll. Cestus.
All right, so you're saying Cestus and Demon Fist beats dagger?
Like, let's do another one. Let's ask the chat and see what they think.
All right, chat, you're gonna be the one to make the decision on this. What's better, Kestis and Demon Fist or dagger? It's like we're going to the crowd on a televised show. Dagger. So we got 1 dagger, 2 dagger, 3 dagger, 4 dagger. 1 Kestis, 2 Kestis against... Ooh, actually, dagger is like... I'd say dagger. 3 times as more. Oh, more Kestis now. It's separate, but I see more daggers.
I see more dagger too.
Alright, let's put dagger above them. Even though we're talking about the matchup in particular, I still think that, as generally speaking, a dagger is a better weapon than fist in general. So
okay, so where are we at? It's 6 points plus 6. Okay.
And also, if the moment we add latency to that conversation, the dagger wins. Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, we shouldn't count latency that much.
Yeah, we should not. Yeah, it's going to be too complicated otherwise. Alright, so dagger beats all the fists. Even though it would be a close match.
You're a man of culture. I know what you mean. Yeah. Okay, so where are we at?
Spears. Daggers versus spears.
Where are we? Spears.
That's an interesting one, actually.
Spears.
Very interesting.
Spears and pikes. I put all of them together.
Spears and pikes, yes.
Okay, so spears. Oh, dagger beats. Oh man, actually, the long ones they kind of do.
Okay, so go ahead. Okay, say what you think.
So okay, let me give you an idea with the different kind of weapons. If we're talking about regular spear, I think dagger shuts it down, because it's shorter and then it's easier to get in there, and it suffers from a lot of issues of like same thing like katana, even though but something like a long weapon, you can R1, they quick step towards you. If you're smart, you can actually force a trade with the second R1. Dagger has a dagger stun, and the second R1 is a dagger stun. You can actually force a trade with a spear, and you win the trade in a way. Then you have partisan. Partisan, I don't know if you guys use this, but R1 into open R, spam it like that against any quick step user, you will always win. Like R1 weapon R, R1 weapon R.
So you think partisan wins against daggers?
Yes, I already tested it a lot of times. Like partisan is actually a really good counter against a lot of quick step. Even Murky Hindsight doesn't fight it, like it still loses to it. But like it's doable in a way if you think about it. But if it's already doable with Murky Hindsight, it's gonna be much better even with a dagger.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I have another interesting take here. Honestly, I think the Drang Twin Spear might have what it takes to beat a dagger too.
Drang, Drang Twin Spear is interesting too.
The Drang Twin Spear and maybe even the Great Lance actually. Great Lance, I know people like to downplay the Great Lance, but that two-handed R2 catches quick step. That two-handed R2 is it's hard to strafe. It's
okay. So we're gonna look at it in a better scenario because quick step is extremely strong against this weapon. Even though the two-handed R2 is good, but quick step is still really good, and it's a fast weapon. So I would think I know what you mean. The R2, I see your point. I really know exactly what you're thinking of, but it's still like if you miss it, you let's say you get fucked with a backstab, and it's a dagger backstab. Do you see my point?
So from my experience, I've actually played a few times. So when I play Great Lance, usually what I have the hardest trouble with is actually PK, because PK has that range where I can't, start the upper armor in time, and I can't, go for. It's pretty much unsafe. Like I have to start my attacks too far so I can get whiff punish. But I've actually had a lot of matches Murky versus Great Lance, and it felt a lot more comfortable, even though that's Murky.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I mean, I still think that the dagger probably edges it, but I think it's worth putting out there.
It's mainly like because Lance is the hitbox for it is like very narrow, more narrow than a lot of spear attacks. So only the R2 is pretty good. I know you can spam it, but like any mistake you do with the Great Lance is costly against a dagger because it's a backstab.
That is true. Yeah.
All
right. Yeah. Let's put the dagger above it.
Yeah. So the dagger is above that one. So if we what about what do you think of the idea I mentioned earlier though? A longer spear against a dagger, because we're looking at dagger.
No. The dagger beats all the longer spears.
Okay.
Definitely 100%. Yeah.
So I would say, honestly, Partisan beats dagger. That weapon art is extremely
with the weapon art.
So I don't know if you guys know this, but you know how like there's there's the two types of weapon art cancels. If I can show you guys, but two types of weapon art cancels. There's a regular weapon art cancel, and then there's weapon art cancel that are specials, like the Ring Knight Stray Sword, the Frayed Blade. These are special Ring Knight weapon art cancel. The spin sweep, spin slash, all the except the smaller weapons, spin slash, all of them uses a special one. To test how it's using the special one, do like a backstep and do weapon art. If it cancels the backstep like halfway of the backstep, it's using the special cancel. If it's canceled like right after the backstep, like it's already finished, it takes longer to cancel, then it's using the normal weapon art cancel. So what's so good about this, the fast one, special cancel, like any R1, if you notice a glaive, spear, the partisan, R1 to weapon art, it goes extremely fast to weapon art. There's no downtime between them. That's the cool thing about it.
Sebo here, Sebo's saying here that he completely disagrees, that he thinks spears like completely beat daggers. And honestly, I think it's really the other way around. I think dagger completely shits on all the spears. I've played that matchup like quite a lot, and I can confidently say that the dagger can really beat all the spears that don't have a gimmick. So the gimmick ones are Twin Spear, Great Lance, and Gabri saying Partisan. Those are the only one that would have a bit more difficulty. But all the other one, I think it's really easy for the dagger, actually.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like for the same reason for Great Lance. Any mistake for a spear is costly. You gotta look at it like that too, because you're talking about the dagger. You're looking at the whole thing about the dagger. Dagger has good crits, has quick step, and it has the fastest. Not Amir told us which one's the fastest attack, but like one of the fastest attacks in the game for a melee weapon. So it's just better than all spears in a lot of ways. You gotta look at the whole package.
Yeah, quick step shuts down all normal spear attacks. Pretty much.
Yep, exactly. Okay, so I would say Partisan, and what else? The other weapon that you think is Drank Spear. Drank
Spear. I've not really. I don't think I've fought a quick step dagger versus Drank Twin Spear, but it has that L1, that hits twice, comes out very fast. Would be really the only one that I could see with that L1 being able to deal.
The second L1, see, like for like the Onikiri has similar first L1, and then it has a second L1 that's like next to you too. But the Drank Spear has the second L1 that the two stabs. It's a good attack against other weapons, but against a dagger, I think that's a weakness because it leaves you wide open.
I don't think I would use the L1 follow-up versus a dagger, but I'm thinking like okay, if you're against a dagger, I see what you mean. Yeah, actually, I think the dagger wins that as well.
Yeah, so the reason why I have Partisan winning against it, because the weapon art comes extremely fast. It cancels like right after an R1, you cancel into weapon art into hyper armor, and then the weapon art into R1 is extremely fast too. So like there's no downtime for a dagger to get in there, and it's a longer weapon, and any trade Partisan wins. There's a lot of things going on for it to make it beat it. And the RP is
okay,
pretty
so
good.
even though you're saying Partisan beats Dagger, I actually think that the Dagger still beats the Partisan. Dragon Slayer Sword Spear, Tomo? No, Dragon Slayer Sword
No.
Spear is too slow. It's not. You're probably actually better off with a normal spear moveset than Dragon Slayer Sword Spear.
I wish we were on. I would have showed you what I mean by that. So
yeah, but it would have taken too long. We're already an hour in.
I know. I agree. It's gonna make it
We're
easy.
still at the Dagger.
So like all the daggers, we're gonna be like, oh, okay, just like Dagger, whatever Dagger has, that's the. So basically, Partisan, I like if you look at it, R1, and then they quick step next to you, and you do weapon art. There's nothing they can do. You know, like they have to get away from your like around you. If it's a Mercury handset, it's a different thing. You can still like fight it, but like it has a huge advantage by having that if you know what you're doing with it. The other fight club, I was fighting a Mercury handsight, the one I played last time with you guys. Some guy used, and I used exactly that, and like it just worked exactly how I thought. It's if I wish I can show it.
All right, even though it might not be specific to Partisan, I think it's still a fair point that maybe like the spear would get like one chance at beating the dagger or something like that out of all the weapons.
Yep.
I don't mind putting it too much, even though I still think that the dagger beats the all the spears.
We can let's do that one with the chat. What do you guys think, dagger or
yeah,
Partisan?
All right, chat. It's gonna be up to you. What do you think wins, Partisan or dagger?
Let's go. Watch these new safe daggers. Oh, there you go, Partisan. There you go. Oh my god.
Okay. Dragon Twins. Alright, 3 Partisan, 1 dagger, 2 dagger, 3 Partisan. I think there's a bit more Partisan.
Yeah. So, 1, 2, 3. How many weapons are spear? Let me check.
Grim, we do the shields after, so there's no shield consideration here. Grim, you missed the first part of the stream. We already explained all of this.
So
the shield gets another consideration here.
Yeah, the shields, like we already have it here. Like, we're gonna go back to it when we go back to another weapon later on. Okay, so spear and pikes -1 point, so just 20 points instead of 21. Plus 20. Okay. And we got halberds, reapers, and whips left.
Okay, 1 sec here. Okay, so against the halberds, I think we can do that quickly. I think the dagger beats all of them, actually. Yep. Even Gundyr will probably be the closest one to beating it, but I still think dagger beats it.
Yeah, but like we have to look at the threat of whatchamacallit, dagger.
The backstab. Yeah. Quick step into backstabbing the weapon art.
Yeah. So plus
sights beats all the sights too.
Plus 11, and then beats all the sights, beats all the whips. So plus 4, plus 5. You know which one we forgot? Actually, we forgot the combination one for the first one because we started directly from dagger. So dagger against crossbow with a fast weapon, it loses against it. What do you think?
I think it loses. Yeah.
Okay. Against
the dagger
shields,
loses.
Does it win?
Yeah, a dagger is actually very, very good against shields. Really, the only one it would lose is the one we already mentioned, like the straight swords that are long and the rapiers. So it really doesn't change much.
So
I think.
plus 1 point for dagger right there.
Shield.
And then so the shield is dagger wins, right? Okay, so homing soul mass and like a straight sword. What do you think?
I think quickstep is actually very good against homing soul mass.
Yeah,
but it's the straight sword. You just said straight sword. We said straight sword already beats.
Yeah, because like we said fast weapons, we're looking at homicide with the most optimal weapon for the scenario. You know what I mean?
So HSM would beat it technically with the usual setup.
Yeah. So no point there. Lightning arrow with this, with straight sword, or I think that's
lightning arrow beats it. I think too with the fast weapon.
Yeah, same thing. Fire Surge, I think it loses against that too in Black Flame. because you have a stray sword.
Yeah, actually, I actually had we had a match recently. Quick step dagger versus on high latency. We had Akrish in a best of 9 versus a at 802.
I know,
And
but like high
he
latency
actually lost with Murky against a dude using mostly Black Flame. The Black Flame was doing good against the quick step.
Yeah, and the thing is, yeah, that's a good point. But like also, I don't know if we should consider high latency fights. You know what I mean?
No, you're right.
Yeah, high latency fights just don't. They're not indication of like what weapons are. So just only 1 point from this one. So +1. So +1, +1. All right.
All right. So do you have a full amount of point for daggers? Because you kept score, right, with all of this.
Yeah, I kept adding as we went. I just kept adding it.
Right.
Okay, so 141. So divided by 182, and that's it's out of 100 points. So look at it. It's 77. Just put it 77.
So
time is 100.
what do we associate the tier list based on? So what is it? Is B a 70 or
don't put A, B, C, D. I don't think we should do that. We should just put a percentage, 77. You know what I mean? Like, let's be unique. Let's not be like sheeps and just use A, B, C.
Well, it's just that it's gonna be hard for people after for people who watch the stream. It's fine. They'll understand, but I just want to be clear for anyone else.
Yeah.
That is not watching the stream.
Let's put the percentage, and then we can later on like compare the numbers after we're done. Like we're gonna go faster with it because we already went daggers, for example. We're gonna compare them to the.
All right, as long as you're keeping count. Right?
Yeah. So
okay.
like basically here, let me get another document real quick. Go down. Here, let me see.
So basically, the dagger beats around 80% of the weapons in the game.
Yeah. Dagger. Let's give it. Let's round up. It's good to round up. So 77% is what it has. 77. Right. Dagger. Next weapon. So next weapon is gonna be faster. We can do that.
Yeah. Okay. I think from now on we should not stay too long on the weapon. Explaining everything because it's gonna take too long.
Yeah, it's gonna be easier now because we can compare it to what we did for dagger. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Kind of
yeah.
Okay. So let me just go back here. Okay. So where are we at? G. So we're in parry and dagger. Parry and dagger, just what do you think right here?
Oh my god, I feel like this is gonna take forever. Like that's what's hard. Like when you match, say, a parrying dagger against pick the barbed straight sword. What wins there? I think the parrying dagger wins versus the barbed straight sword.
Here, let's be quick about it. It loses against all daggers except itself. So that's minus.
Actually, probably beats the Scholar Candlestick.
Scholar. Oh yeah, that's true because it has a parry. Yeah, it's true. So +2 points. Itself and +2 points. I think I like that. So +2. +2. And then we got straight sword. It loses against all of them. Let's do it like that, right? Except broken straight sword. Broken straight sword, I think it doesn't.
I actually think that parrying dagger wins versus broadsword. I think it wins versus broken straight sword. I think it wins versus barbed straight sword.
3 weapons, okay.
And
what about cleric's candlestick?
Farron flash sword. So I think Farron flash sword probably can beat parrying dagger.
So 3 points. Okay, 3 + 3.
Not just Farron Flash Sword, you have to consider that the Cleric Candlestick would have access to all the spells,
really. Too. Good.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so +3 points right there. And then against Great Swords, that's a tough one because Quickstep was able to make dagger win against.
I think the parrying dagger beats all Great Swords. Honestly, I think I think all the daggers beat all the Great Swords.
All the daggers, okay.
Oh, even the
behind
scholar
that. I can get
candlestick,
behind that.
even
I
the
like
scholar
that.
candlestick, and no, it's gonna take longer.
Yeah,
But I
but
think in the
it's a
long run, it's
faster
gonna beat
attack.
them every time.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go. So 5. So plus Grace, so plus 16. Plus 16. Okay. And then
Okay, against
beast.
Ultra, yeah, I think it beats all of them. Actually, what about the? I think Farron would not be that bad. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think
Farron,
Farron Greatsword beats a Parrying Dagger?
I mean, Parent Dagger still has good crits, and it can parry it, like, and all that
Right.
stuff.
Okay, yeah. Parrying Dagger beats all Ultras then.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really hard to beat an Ultra with a fast weapon, so
Even
it's
Farron
not that hard.
has the L1s is extremely good. I don't get me wrong, but at the same time, like, it's still like you can reaction roll, you can do all that, and it's very risky. Like, if somebody does a bad one, easy backstab right there, you know. So that's, I would say, yeah, as well, 11 points. Curved swords, I'd say it loses against them all, because all curved swords are good, even the heavy ones.
Actually, I'm looking at maybe. I think the Parrying Dagger probably beats the Dancer Sword. Like, think about it. You have a DMB or Lightning Blade Parrying Dagger versus a Dancer Straight Sword. I think that beats it.
I can see that, but like Dancer's Sword has perks. Like the running L1 has a lot of range, man. Like, if you think about that, that thing is crazy good. And then like the L1s, like I was watching Jim's video about dancers earlier, and he was talking about how it's about Grey Sword speed. It's not about Grey Sword speed, you know. It's actually about Straight Sword speed, because like the hitbox starts where it hits is about Straight Sword speed, and it has Ultra Stun. Do you see what I mean? It's I don't know. What do you guys think? Like that one, I think actually I'm not sure about that one. Let me see where we at points wise.
I see that Grim is not gonna get in VC. It's gonna be too long. Like, we're already like, if we have another people bouncing ideas to bounce ideas off, it's gonna just take forever. It's just gonna take too long.
Okay, so let's say for the sake of it, Dancers loses. I'll go with that if he has a strong feeling about it. So what is it? Curve sword 15, 14 plus 14 plus 14. Wait, it loses against them. Minus 14. So plus 1 only. It loses against all of them except that one, right? Okay, so plus 1. So what about katanas? I mean, Grey Sword, it beats them all.
Yeah, I think it actually beats them all. Might take a bit long to, you know, because of the less range, but eventually it's going to beat them all.
And you gotta remember, it's actually where you can use the parry really well, that one, for it, because Curved Grey Sword is parryable to R1s. Katanas, what do you think of that one? Because it doesn't have quick step. You gotta remember that. That's a huge factor. Even if it's like quick step made a huge factor for Dagger.
Yeah, I agree here. Actually,
I think they'll lose, except maybe the
Bloodlust.
Yeah.
Or what about the Chaos Blade?
Like, hypothetically, like
they're pretty much the same, really.
Yeah, they can work. It's very similar. Bloodlust mainly because it doesn't have that good weapon art. So Dark Drift has a decent weapon art, like better than Bloodlust.
Let's say that the Katanas beats it, except Bloodlust. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair too. So plus 1 point only. And then Rapiers doesn't get any point there.
Yeah, same thing with the daggers here.
Axes, what do you think here?
Axes out. I still think the parrying dagger probably edges them. I mean, we have to consider that, like, both players are, you know, top players on top of their game, right?
Yeah,
I think the dagger eventually wins because the dagger has the access to reaction roll catching. Well, none of these weapons have.
Well, the hand axe in a way kind of helps with that, but it's still not good enough. Yeah, I agree with you. I can go with that.
Someone said versus troll axe. I mean, it's a good point, but I don't know, actually. I still think parrying dagger gets it.
Thrall-axe actually is it's an interesting one. What do you think of that, G?
It would definitely be the hardest one out of this bunch, like to fight.
Mm-hmm.
But
let's just say, because let's just trust our guts and follow that. Let's just say Thrall-axe beats it, so it can be quicker. Because like if we have like doubts with it, it might be true. You know what I mean?
right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I can get behind that.
Axes. So it gets 1 point for axes. I mean, not point. 9 points for axes. Plus 9 point. Plus 9. Okay. So.
Okay, beats all the great axes. No question about that.
Let's go be quick about that. Plus 7. Hammers, it beats them all. Plus 8. Grey hammers plus 4.
He doesn't beat Hazel Pick, I think, just like what we said, because of the Fair and Flash Sword spam.
I'll -1.
Minus Hazel Pick.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Great Hammers. Actually, Great Hammers. I think let's say Lido beats a Parrying Dagger, right? I think that's fair.
Lido's, yeah.
Because there's no quick step to get into it.
That's true, but at the same time, it's the same theory we had for other weapons, where like even just because it has a faster attack, a good actual really good player can beat it because of reaction roll.
Yeah, but the thing with Lido actually also has a way to roll catch with the weapon art and the rocks.
The rocks,
so
yeah.
This is a bit different in the Lido. Like Lido gets countered by the dagger because the quick step really shuts down everything the Lido has, but here there's no quick step to shut it down.
The rocks, yeah, the rocks is actually very hard to roll. Okay, there's no quick step. So that's a good point.
And if we have to consider the type of damage output, like, okay, let's say Lido makes a lot of mistakes, but when the Parrying Dagger does one mistake, it's a lot of damage.
So we're gonna say plus 13 points right there. Plus 13 points. Okay. Fist. What do you think of that?
Let's go to Fist.
Fist and claws.
Okay, I think the Fist can. Let's say I think the Fist can beat a Parrying Dagger. Maybe except Dark Hand. I think on a good build, Parrying Dagger will probably outdamage a Dark Hand at meta. And I don't know about the claws actually.
So Fist beat that, and then claws. I think Mannequin beats it.
I think Mannequin beats it. I think. Kestis and Demon Fist.
Regular claws are good against that, I think, because the weaponer is pretty good. The hyper armor weaponer. It's similar to Onikiri in a way, but like you can. There's no quick step. It's easier to catch people with it. You can.
You think claws beat Parrying Dagger?
Because the idea.
Not Mannequin, the claw.
Yeah, so Mannequins beat it. We already got that. But claws beat it because also the weaponer. It's easy to get a good trade with it. It doesn't have quick step. If you make like you can R1 and then there's a lot of ways you can beat it with a claw. Also, before there was quick step, so it was harder to beat it because of that.
You can also trade combo if you trade with the dagger. Main hand, it will trade combo. So
yeah,
if dagger trades with any of these, you get another free hit off of it.
Exactly.
Okay, so we can say all these maybe except the dark hand because the dark hand wouldn't.
Dark hand loses. Let's just be honest. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna say +1 point from that. +1 point. And then spears and pikes. Oh, so no quick step now. That's a big one.
Yeah, no quick step. No quick step. It's gonna be hard though because I feel like these shorter spears can still.
They're way longer. You know, you can use that. Like the shorter spear is probably like Goddard's range, which is a lot of range. You know.
I think on good connection, I think you put the best spear player, and I think I can beat him with a parrying dagger though. I think parrying dagger to me like the dagger can still beat all the spears.
You gotta look at it though. Exactly, that's a good point. You gotta look from the parry. We forgot to use the parry against the spear. Parry is very strong. Spears are hard to dead angle. They're hard to There's a lot of things around it, you know. And the reason why it's easy to parry, which a lot of people don't really get that, spear is all the hitboxes right in front of you, you know. So you have a lot of hitboxes to parry. So it's easier to parry that in a way. You can't dead angle it like other weapons. So I would say parrying dagger like beats like partisan does work good against it because of parrying dagger, you know. The weaponar is not parryable. What do you think of that? And Grey Lines I think beats it. I think Grey Lines beats it. You still there, G? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm thinking because the parry threat really makes it hard for Great Lance. Pretty much anything Great Lance does can be parried on reaction, so I think parrying dagger beats
Oh yeah,
Great
that's
Lance.
true. That's true.
Because
Okay,
you have to fully charge the Great Lance to be safe, and it's just easy to dodge when you fully charge it.
that's true. I agree. Let's just go with all of them losing against parrying dagger except partisan. I think partisan is good because it doesn't have a charge.
I think partisan really is the only one that has a safe option to not get parried. Really.
Yeah, because the weaponar is yeah. Okay, so it gets where are we at?
No, there's no shield poke here. It's just a weapon by themselves.
Okay, so 21, 76. Where are we at? 76 plus. We said it beats all except 1 plus 20. Plus 20. Okay, so halberds. I think halberds are better. Like glaives. Like the reason why I'm saying this is because of the weaponar too. Like, see, unlike greyswords, they have a better like R1 in a way.
Yeah, they're harder to punish. I think on good latency, I still think the parrying dagger beats pretty much all of them. Maybe, except maybe I don't know split leaf. Yeah, maybe except split leaf.
Split leaf beats in my opinion. I think red hilt to the halberd beats. We were talking about actually we're not talking by itself. Yeah. I mean we're talking by itself actually with that, so it doesn't work. Offhand red hilt to the halberd is really good. Gundyr, I think, does good against it, in my opinion.
A parrying dagger, since it has the instant parry. Oh yeah, I don't know. Seems risky.
I keep forgetting the parry. Like I'm just looking at nobody cares about the parry, but yeah, actually you're right.
A parry is definitely something you have to work around with, like something like a spear or something like a Gundyr charge.
So I would say split leaf beats it. Immolation Tender beats it. I think a lot of the spin sweep ones, the spin sweep. Actually, that's not all of them. I would say Black Knight Glaive beats it, because like okay, the R2 to weapon I don't know if you guys tested this. It's the recovery into weaponar is extremely low. It's hard to punish it if you know what you're doing, especially because you can always like change the direction the last second, basically, just like how Grace said R2.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And couple that with the spin sweep being like it basically cancels the attack. Recovery cancels into weaponar. I think it's a big deal. I would say split leaf, Immolation Tinder. And Black Knight Glaive, because the Glaive has a bad R2, has the worst R2 in my opinion, so I wouldn't put that.
I honestly still think that besides split leaf, I think the parrying dagger beats all these. I think all the daggers beats pretty much all of these. Like to me, like what I'm thinking, like the scenario that I see playing out against two really good players is the halberd eventually is going to whiff, and the dagger gets a guaranteed running attack whiff punish into priority R1.
Yeah, but like the R1 is huge, you know, like it has a spear range, but with a shockwave, so you can always be, if you know what we're talking about, really equally good players. You know, a glaive user. When I'm using like Black Knight Glaive, for example, I don't against a quick step. That's the main threat. But against someone with no quick step, I don't see that much threat, unless it's a much like a Corbian is different because it's extremely long, so it's able to get there. But like I can, there's so much more doable, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the matchup is definitely easier, but I still think that it's in the favor of the fast weapon.
Like I can see the Gundyr have changed because of the weaponar, but the Glaive R1 into the spin sweep becoming canceling the weaponar, like the attacks really fast, is a huge deal. Tinder, I agree. Tinder is a good point. What's his name? Filthy Casual mentioned that. Tinder is a good point too, because of because of
Oh yeah, the Fair and Flash sword. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a better option. So I think Tinder is fair to say Tinder beats Peering Dagger. Same with Split Leaf, and then the others.
I would say
I don't mind conceding. You know, I don't mind conceding. It's
so
fine.
see, like for the gray sword ones, I see why like you can have trouble, but like because of spin sweep is actually pretty good. Like the reason why it's good is it has a lot of combos, but the biggest reason it cancels the attacks, like I mentioned earlier.
Honestly, Gabri, to me, like how it plays out is that both players, if both players are top of their game, best players, whatever. The halberd really has no way to catch the dagger player, and eventually the dagger player gets into a situation where he can punish the halberd eventually if both play a perfect game.
Yeah, so I know what you mean, but the thing is, like the spin sweep. Okay, have you tried this? I need to. If there was a way to make it. So the weapon R spin sweep. If you do weapon R to a second one, it has the straight sword R1 to R1 effect, where like it can catch a roll catch. It has because it lines up with the hitbox for the roll catch really well. Like if you know what you're doing, you can get a lot of that scenario, and then the chances of you getting a trade is really high because of that range. Before, if you had quick step, yeah, I can see that happening, but like with no quick step, there's no way getting into the person who's playing with the halberd.
No, that's what I'm saying. There is a way to get in. You can definitely 100% running attack space a halberd with, even with shockwave.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying. That's what I see happening in a matchup like that versus two good players.
That's a Corvian, not a.
No, not Corvian. Any daggers really. Mailbreaker, parrying dagger. Really doesn't matter which one.
Okay, so we have Spleef and Emotion Tinder, but let's see what everybody says. Let's let them decide that way.
Yeah, I think honestly people would probably disagree with me, but I still think I'm right there. I think parrying dagger beats all of them except maybe those two.
Here,
But I don't mind conceding. I mean, it's fine. I'm probably gonna make a tier list on my own after this as well. How I think the ranking goes. I don't mind doing it with the system. See like what it looks like.
Yeah,
see if it makes sense. And then afterward, I'm gonna make a tier list of.
100%. Okay.
Of my own creation.
So, what do you guys think? Like, do you think glaives with spin sweep beat parrying dagger?
So pretty much here, guys, it's gonna be. What do you think? Win a glaive or a parrying dagger?
A glaive with spin sweep. It has to be like it has only those ones.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What it comes down to is what Astor in chat is saying, because as far as the dagger playstyle is willing to be patient, he can't be hit. That's the problem.
But that's
while there's going to be eventually openings in the game.
Remember how we remember when me and you played to test how far gray swords can go by themselves and compare glaives. Glaives were much easier to fight a PKCS, because if you were extremely patient, because of that running attack, first of all, it's hard to get away around it. Like if you do them right, and at the same time, the weaponer is a huge deal. Do you remember that it was a better matchup fighting a PKCS user with a glaive than if you did with
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
So if it's a better matchup with the PKCS,
things have changed.
It's going to be even better with a parrying dagger, is what I mean.
I still think that but played perfectly, I still think that the curved sword, if you get a curved sword that plays very patient, it beats the glaive easy. I mean, I've been there. This is one of the matchup, like short daggers versus glaive, short daggers versus curved sword. I've been on both sides of that matchup quite a lot, and I can confidently say that I think no matter which dagger you have, if you play very patient, the dagger edges the halberds.
Okay, so it's up to you. If you want to keep it there, let's do that.
No, I mean, I think most people agree with you. So let's go with what you say, and I'll just make my own afterward.
Okay, so let's do that. I think it's true in most cases. I agree with Telemar. What do you think, G? Telemar is actually correct.
Parrying dagger loses because no one uses it. I don't think we can go there. I think that's a horrible way to do our tier list. That's actually what we want to get like away from. Is people thinking that a weapon that's like parrying dagger is bad because it has a bad rep, while it's still better than 90% of the weapons out there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so you know what? How about this? Let's go. Let's get Tinder and Spleef one, and then we can keep the other ones. Let's go with that. Where are we at? Glaives. How many points are there for glaives? 11. So -2. So that's 9 plus 9. Okay. Glaives. Where is it? Reapers. What do you think of that?
Going down here.
+4. I think Parrying Dagger beats Reapers. +4.
Actually, yeah, but I think it's actually a harder matchup because the range of a sight is a lot longer than anything else, really.
It's true, but like,
I mean, it still comes down to the same thing. I think
it's the same one. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, earlier I forget one point about. But I want to go back. We're already out of time. +5 for web. Let's do that. +5 for web. So 114 divided by 182. 62. Where is it? 62 parry and dagger. 62. Actually, earlier I forgot to mention a very important thing about Freed Scythe. Freed Scythe is actually the weapon against Quickstep is actually really good, but let's just stay keep it like that.
All right. Yeah, I think honestly I think because this is a parrying dagger and has a parry ability, I think we can say that it beats the Freed, right?
Yeah.
Because eventually there's going to be an opening for a parry there, right?
I was talking about like earlier Freed Scythe against the regular dagger, because I was testing with Yuzu like last time when I was just playing constantly. There's just no way to get into a Freed Scythe.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's just no way you can do. Remember, me and you we tested actually. Did we do that? Like, so if you do an R1 and they quick step next to you and you go to weapon R, like you they have to get away or you might get hit. Like it even has a high chance to attach a quick step user. So that's one thing we forgot to mention.
Actually, yeah, you could remove a point from dagger and say Freed beats it. Actually, Freed might actually beat most of these daggers when I really think about it, because unlike to me it always comes down to this. You're in a situation where both players attack and whiff at each other, reaction roll. But here's the thing, which weapon has the best ability to catch the other player? And I think Freed has the ability to catch someone and has the stun advantage when they trade, and has the damage advantage when they trade, or when it needs less whiff punish or less mistakes from the opponent, while the Parrying Dagger needs to punish a lot of times to get 0 HP.
Oh, I forgot to add points. So 114. We're in 114 after the whip. One. We forgot one more actually. G. We forgot the combination. So crossbow. Does it beat it? No. Shields.
Yeah, actually, I don't have the whips either. I'm gonna need to add that.
So shield. Does it beat it?
I think any dagger really. I don't think the shields really makes a difference versus daggers.
Okay. Homing soul mass.
Beats it. Homing beats it, definitely.
So lightning arrow, same thing. Fire surge, black flame, same thing. So only shields.
Yeah.
So +4. +4 divided by 180.
Let me actually add the whips here real quick.
Do that. Divided by 182. Okay, 64. 65 actually. 65. Do that. 65. Okay.
Gabri, I have an idea here to maybe get some some more. How should I put it?
What's up?
Maybe, okay, so I'm thinking right now, maybe we should do one weapon for each class, otherwise it's going to be too long. And then afterward, we make a tier list from
like for all of them.
Think.
Yeah. So like we can say dagger. So dagger can represent like the quick step daggers.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then Corvin can represent the ones with no quick step because it's.
Yes.
Oh, Mercury Handsight should we put Mercury Handsight? Oh, actually no, Mercury Handsight separately. There's three separate classes of daggers. From there's the ones with no quick step. Corvin already decides that. And then there's Mercury Handsight, and there's dagger. There's regular daggers with quick step. No, please, accurate list. You want to spend like 24 hours on this?
I mean, what we're gonna do though, what I'm gonna be doing afterwards is I'm gonna send a document like this to anyone who wants to do it, and people can make their own tier list, and I'm gonna make my own. Gabri's probably gonna make his own. And we're going to compare people's tier list and jump ideas maybe in another stream. But for now, we're just like laying sort of the groundwork so that anyone has an idea and can make up their mind better when the time comes to make the tier list themselves, right?
Yeah. So this is a good idea to get a good standard of like where matchups are overall. Like, general idea. Because honestly, we didn't expect it it's going to take this long.
I did. Honestly, I knew it was going to be that long, but... Yeah. I didn't think it, like, you came up with that little point system, like, right before we started the stream.
I agree.
And I mean, to be honest, what we should have been doing is this right there, like actually, like, we can do this now instead. We can just, maybe keep the point system, but, like, we can just, like, go in there, place Murky. Where do you think Murky goes? I think Murky goes right there, Where do you think the harp goes? I think the harp goes right there.
But, okay,
you know what I mean? I think we might be able to do that to maybe get some conclusion for the stream.
Okay, let's do that.
And then we look at the big picture, right? Then we look at the big picture and say, okay, this does not feel right, and then we tweak it. What do you think? Might be faster than to do
I agree.
This.
Let's do that. But one thing though, like whoever's watching, you already guys got the system where we're talking about me and G. You guys got like the idea what we're thinking of. Like I can have a picture of the document that I have, like how many weapons and stuff like that. And whoever gets a chance, you can just do a very accurate one. We're gonna take forever if we do that one.
Yeah, because if we want to get some conclusion, some closure on this, I think we're gonna have to start putting weapons in the tier list.
Yeah, it's too much time, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna watch your stream then. We can just watch it like that.
All right. Yeah.
Let's go.
All right. So what I'm thinking here, let's go straight up with what's easier. We know what are the S tier weapons are. It's really gonna be PK, Murky, Harp. Where's PK at? There you go. So I think we should just place the obvious one. Do you think there's any other weapon that goes into S tier?
So let's just go one by one and then put them. Hey, S tier, that kind of thing. But actually put the common ones. Put the common ones S tier, and then let's just get an average one that you think it's the lowest tier. What do you think it is? And then we compare
the lowest tier.
Yeah, let's do that. So this way we compare them to that. It's not. We can be like, okay, it's not as bad as this one.
Right. I think the lowest tier probably goes to Earthseeker.
That's a bad one. Yeah, I would say also the Perseverance Grey Hammers.
The Dragon Tooth, really?
Like the thing, it's actually bad, man. I get it.
I think the Great Mace is even worse in my opinion than the Dragon Tooth. Earthseeker though, I think Earthseeker is a fair F tier.
Oh, it's bad. No, like the R1s are still good. They're better than the Grey Hammers R1s in a way. Kind of for a worst weapon in the game. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it is a good contender. Eleonora is bad, but like Eleonora will still beat, all of these because it can whiff punish it. Yeah. You know, Eleonora is probably gonna be like one of those worst fast weapons that goes into like E tier or something like that.
Okay, so let's be simple. Let's keep it simple like that. Okay, Earthseeker.
Yeah.
We got PKCS. What's a mid tier weapon? We think it just feels mid tier, and then we start going one by one each weapon. What's a mid tier?
A mid tier weapon. Honestly, I'm thinking of some great swords right now.
A mid tier weapon. What do you think of doing like a katana, like just uchi katana, an uchi katana?
Uchi, Uchi, I would put it in either C or B. Probably like C, maybe. Yeah.
And then we're gonna go one by one, and then like compare them to those three. Oh, we think it's better than Uchi, that kind of thing.
Right, but I just don't know. Like, it could change like how this looks. You know, depending on if I consider that Uchi is B or Uchi is C, right?
Yeah, no, Warfires is a little higher because we're gonna go back. Let's just put Uchi for now, because that's
and
I just think it's just very like mid tier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not good. It's just there.
You know what? There's someone said Bastard Sword is probably like even lower tier than that. I think Bastard Sword could go D, actually, something like that, right?
Yep, let's do that.
Bastard Sword, like a D tier, and maybe we can put the Better Greatsword in C tier. I think that would actually make sense now that I think about it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go one by one now. Let's go one by one.
Let's put at least one weapon in A and one in B. And A tier,
a straight sword. Just put a straight sword.
Yeah, like a Ring Knight straight sword.
No, Ring Knight straight sword should be higher. A tier.
A tier, yeah, not B. A tier, yeah.
No, like a straight sword A tier. I would say. Oh shoot. I would say just Yarard, because Ring Knight straight sword is yeah.
We can like rank within a one tier, like which one are the best, but.
Yeah, we can go a little, change the tiers a little bit, like my S minus. We can have let's do SS plus. Let's just do 2 S's and then 1 S and then A. What do you think? Are you able to do that?
Yeah, I think we can do that, like a GOAT tier.
Put Goddard's A, and then Rune Next Racer is gonna be S, and then like those are gonna be SS, the one you have earlier.
Right. Okay. Let's say. Let me just modify that.
Like, it doesn't feel good to put Goddard's B if we have to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then a B tier weapon, I would say like a spear, like a good spear. Which one's a good spear? A decent spear.
One sec here. Let me just move this around real quick. Actually, yeah, I can do that.
Plow, really nice. What do you think? Renek's spear, we can put a B tier, you know, like just that's representative of B tier, that kind of thing. So whoever's like watching, who's seen the earlier one, like if we really want to get a really good one, a really accurate one, you need to do it based on that. That's my personal opinion. A matchup game. But how does it match up to all the weapons? That's the perfect one. But that's gonna take forever. Somebody has to do it behind the scene. I don't know if I have the time to do that.
Okay, there you go. I added a another tier here, so.
But put 2 S's.
Too bad.
2 S's.
Yep.
Oh, okay. It's showing 1 right now. Okay, there you go. So put those ones, Murky and PK. Put them SS
yeah,
tier.
Above. Yeah.
I'd say Corvian put a S tier. Keep Corvian S tier.
Yeah, I think Corvian S tier would make sense.
And then PK and the other one is. We should have started with this, to be honest. I didn't expect it to live so long. You know,
fucking Gabri, man.
Let me explain to you. As I went to like my document, I put parry and dagger 65%. I'm like, what the fuck? We're just in parry and dagger. What is this?
Oh my god. I expected this like so much. I knew that was coming.
No, the thing is, I wanted to make sure we get a good tier list. You know, if we're gonna do it right. But I didn't expect it to be that long. Yeah.
It's so accurate, it's unrealistic.
Exactly. Exactly. S plus looks better than SS.
Yeah, so here what we're doing, guys, we're just getting a bit of like groundwork so that we can build the rest of the tier list from. We're gonna go one by one after this, but at least like get an idea of where things are in relation to the letter itself before placing stuff. So like
right.
B tier, what do we put B tier in?
Put a spear in B tier, like a Renee spear. I think a Renee
yeah.
spear.
That's a good idea, actually. Okay, yeah, that's actually
SS tier is straight sword tier. Is that what you mean, Ryan?
Okay, so for people watching, what we have now is SS. We have the the trilogy of the Almighties. S tier we have CGK as a ground base. A tier we have straight sword right below CGK. I think right now it makes perfect sense. B tier we have like a ring knight spear, a complete spear. C tier we have kind of the worst katana, or one of the, not the worst, but one of the more general one. And then D tier we have an average greatsword. E tier we have some of the worst weapons in their own category, and F tier we have like some of the worst weapon classes.
Actually, Amir is actually pretty good. I think it's a good.
Yeah, I think that's a good base.
Yeah. Also, Amir, like about Gundyr, it's decent actually. It's glaives with
a roll catch. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the whooper is good for roll catch.
All right, let's start with all the daggers. Let's place all the daggers. I think. Do you think there's any daggers here that can go in S tier with Corvian? I think Brew Dagger.
So none of them are SS tier. Let's just go.
No, not SS. SS is probably not get touched. Honestly, I think it's gonna stay those and maybe add crossbow in there. But for now, I think it's gonna stay like that.
Okay, so let me go back to the.
Do you think there's any of these daggers that compares to Corvian? I think Rotten Grew Dagger, honestly.
Ryan Grew Dagger is pretty strong. Like Grim showed it. I hats off to him. Like the guy showed us really strong. Because especially with crossbow, what he does is basically, he gets you to get poisoned, and then as soon as you try to get a moss, he shoots a crossbow, and then like it's a whole loop. It's pretty strong.
At the very end, maybe we can place all these weapons in like there's order of which one is better when the tier list is over, but for now we're just gonna place them randomly in the letter tier.
Yeah.
Okay, so alright, so let's place all the daggers here. Do you want to put?
We can go quickly. LimitBreaker, what do you think? S tier or A tier? It's not gonna go lower than those two.
I think LimitBreaker. We can put LimitBreaker on the same tier as the Goddard.
Oh, I mean,
or Corvian, really? No, I think it goes below Corvian.
Goddard is a good idea. Quick step daggers, I would say they're S tier.
Quick step daggers, you'd put all the quick step in S over.
No. Actually, A tier. Put them A tier, and then only keep the Grew dagger in there.
Yeah, in S. Because it's really the best one of the quick step one.
Yeah, and then like from the bad daggers, which one's the bad dagger?
Okay, wait. Do you think Aquamarine deserves to be in A as well?
Aquamarine is a good weapon.
I think it's a good weapon. I think it deserves to be in A as well. And actually, maybe I would even put the what's that weapon's name again? The tailbone short sword. I'd put it with.
It's a really long weapon.
It's very long.
Yeah,
I'd put it with the.
It's the second longest dagger. Yeah, I'd put it with A tier as well. Brigand. I don't like Brigand, man. Put a B tier.
I don't like it either. Yeah.
It's so awkward. Its attacks.
Yeah, I'd put it below them. B tier for sure.
It's not D. It's B tier. Yeah.
Okay, so the three other daggers, I mean, there's still daggers. When we did the matchup versus everything, I think they can't be lower than B tier because they're daggers.
Yeah, Amir, so look, it has quick step, but like there's nothing you can do. The range is so short for a Brigand. Like
it is very short. Like,
and the L ones are very bad. They're very bad.
Painted, it's not like we're in unknown territory when we're speaking about Brigand Twin Daggers. Painted Phantom actually played for a long time with those when he was, playing with Gabri and I. Yeah.
He said it right, like Arky. He said Brigand has quickstep, can't do shit after doing quickstep. So you do a quickstep, okay, what? Then what? Like, because like the dagger has the long thrust attack, the two-handed version, so this one doesn't. So it's hard.
Okay, so I have all the lesser daggers into B tier pretty much, not lower than B tier. I don't think it would be fair because I still think a Scholar Candlestick will do very well, even if it's pretty bad. I think it will still beat most of the other weapons that are in the lower tier.
Yeah, basically Emir. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Next class.
All right, straight sword.
Short sword. It's very short.
Short sword. Where is it? Here it is. Short sword. Although Gabri, did you know short sword as the Lothric moveset?
Yeah, I know.
Sword moveset.
Okay. I know. It's still like short though, so it's just the worst Lothric straight sword. Lothric let's put Lothric in A tier.
Okay. And you want short sword in B tier? Is that it? Short sword in B still? Do you think short sword would be better than Uchi?
That's a good point. See, that's why we did the comparison, because now we can compare what we think is B tier and what we think is C tier. You know what I mean? So like we can compare. Is it better than a spear? I don't think it's better than a spear.
I don't think so either. Yeah. Okay. So I think C is fair. I don't think it's fair if we put it below that in D because it's still a straight sword. So I think C tier is fair for a short sword.
Yep. So let's go with that. Right. Okay. So the next one, what is it? Is longsword. Longsword, I think, is great. I wouldn't say.
I think we can put longsword above in the in B tier actually.
B tier.
Even though I think I think it's fair in B tier.
Yeah, it's a good B tier. I wouldn't say it's A tier like Garas, because when we say A tier, does it compare to Garas? No, so it should be lower. See, it's good that we started with those comparisons, so it makes it easier. Broadsword, same thing like
bad, man.
Same thing like short sword, basically.
I actually think broadsword is worse than short sword, but I mean, I don't think broadsword is worth a D tier like bastard sword, so I think we're still gonna put it in C.
There you go.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, and then broken straight sword, it's the best weapon. It's the best weapon.
I think broken straight sword is really comparable to broadsword, to be honest.
The range is actually not that much different.
Yeah.
It's like very close. So, but I think, it's so lower by a good amount.
I don't think even broken straight sword deserves a D tier.
What do you think? D tier?
D tier or C tier for broken straight sword? I still think since it's the straight sword still.
So bastard sword versus a broken sword. I think bastard sword would, because look, we're looking at like actual good players. A bastard sword still has the hyper armor, and then because
you still have that really good weapon art on the broken straight sword that cuts your damage taken by 40%. You can still buff it with DMB, right? You can have a fucking darkmoon blade broken straight sword with that weapon art. You still can have that fast R1 to whiff punish. I really don't think it's D tier at all. Actually, when I start throwing ideas. I think it's C. I don't think I would put it lower than C, actually. I don't think any straight sword, for that matter, should be lower than C.
Yeah. The R1s are just too good. Okay, and what about Velahart? Velahart, it's hyper armor, like its guard frames are worse hyper armor, basically.
Okay, so here I'm thinking it's either B or C, right? We can agree with that.
Let me get something ready. I'm gonna show you what I mean, because the speed on it is actually very low. Like it's very slow. It's great sword comparison.
All right, chat is saying B tier, so Valorheart would be in B tier for you guys. I can get behind that. I don't mind too much. I think Valorheart is one of those weapons that can be used.
I really don't think it's a B tier. I really don't think it's a B tier. Like you get, they can get bullied by like a great sword easily. You guys could compare like a a matchup to it in a way, a little bit.
C or low B, B minus. A lot of people are saying B tier. I actually don't know.
So if you compare, you gotta compare against two good players. Like if I'm fighting with a great sword, and some guys and Paint is fighting me with a Velahar, I will win almost all the time. Like I'm sorry, Painted, but like that's what happened. It's hard to fight Velahar against like a C tier weapon like a Grey Sword. Wait, where's Grey Sword? Bastard Sword is D tier, right?
Bastard Sword is D, yeah.
So I think it's C tier. I don't think it's Velahar is C tier.
Right. We can tweak things at the end as well when we look at the bigger picture. If we think something doesn't line up in the end.
Yeah. Okay, put it in the C tier is a good idea.
All right.
Assassins like that's you guys. Well, we're looking at like peak the best optimal players who use the weapon in their best way. Let's look at it that way instead of just your average dude.
Yeah, because your average dude, the skill can vary greatly.
Average dude.
Yeah, consider that one-handed moveset of a regular straight sword. Yeah, that's true actually. As far as regular straight sword goes, it's actually pretty much comparable to short sword.
Yeah, it's the same range, so it makes sense even more,
Yeah, I think it really makes sense. Yep. All right, that's good. So it deserves his C tier spot. All right, let's grab the Barb straight sword. Sorry.
Okay, so Barb straight sword.
Barb straight sword. I mean, it's similar as the others. It's either we put it longsword type of straight sword, or we put it C tier.
Straight sword suffers from shields. It's not infusible, and there's a lot of.
It's not infusible, really. I'm pretty sure you can. You can put it bleed. I'm pretty sure you can infuse it.
You can buff it, but not. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think you can infuse it.
Can you infuse it? I don't even know that. I've never even looked at it. Freaking like playing it.
Well, it's definitely one of the lesser straight swords. Oh, wow. So I don't mind putting it in C tier.
I did not know that. Like I've been playing this game for so long, I didn't even know. Okay.
But I mean, if we're gonna have short sword, I still think short sword might be slightly better than Barb straight sword. So just because of the two-handed moveset, the two-handed R2s.
Put a C tier. I think it's a C tier.
Yeah, C tier is fine.
C tier is a good place. Okay.
Okay. Let's grab the Lothric Knight Sword.
Lothric Holy Sword or Lothric
Knight? Lothric Knight, yeah.
That's
Almighty
A tier.
Lothric Knight. Yeah.
That's A tier.
Yeah, that is A tier. Put it below Goddard. I think Goddard is better, but I mean we can't like make 20 tiers, so I think it's still goes in A tier.
At the end we're gonna tweak like each tier. Which one do you think?
Atrial Straight Sword.
Which one?
Atrial Straight Sword.
It's a B tier for me because it's not infusible.
Okay, that's a fair point. With longsword, I think it's fair with longsword actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, this is a hard one. Henry Straight Sword. I've never touched this weapon.
See, that one is I would say it's a B tier. Like the reason why I say this because there's a lot of efficient builds with Henry Straight Sword. I remember Grim used to run that one. He had a really good build for it.
Okay, so B tier in your opinion?
Because it's like a longsword range and a lot of very similar to longsword, but it can have like a really nice build for
B tier. Everyone's saying B, so I'm gonna believe you guys on this because I really don't have much experience with that straight sword.
It's a B tier weapon, I agree. Okay, so
all right, that's fair.
Sunlight Straight Sword, I think it's a C tier weapon. Like the weapon art is just horrible, man. Like the Straight Sword weapon art stance is very good. If it at least has like it would have been easy.
Right, this one does not have the weapon art, so I mean it's pretty much a not as good moveset.
Yeah, there's no straight sword that's gonna be D. That's 100%. Like we already talked about. Even the broken straight sword is better than a lot of.
Yeah, straight sword is not gonna go D. Yeah, I agree. All right. Then we got Astora Straight Sword.
Remember that luck build that you have with Henry? That was okay. Go ahead. Let's keep going. Astora Great Sword.
No, Astora Straight Sword. The Straight Sword. I don't even know what it really has in particular. Do we put that in C tier?
It's just another straight. It's a worse longsword, but it's very similar to longsword. Is how I look at it.
But you can't buff it. You can't infuse it.
Can you infuse it? I think you can.
You can't infuse it.
You sure? I remember we double check here. Let me see. Is it infusible?
I think it goes C tier with the barbed straight sword that's actually infusible.
If you can't infuse it, it's a C tier. If you can infuse it, I think it's a B tier because it's similar to longsword in a lot of ways.
You can infuse it? You can infuse? Okay, you can?
Yeah, it's similar to longsword. It's very similar.
Alright, let's put it in B then.
Yeah.
Alright. You can? Alright, let's put it in B tier. It's fine. Alright, then we move to Lothric Holy Sword. Holy Sword.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. B tier. I think it's do we put it B or A actually? Because it's a very long one.
Its opener is very good.
Yeah.
I would say the range is comparable.
Because it's very long. It doesn't do a lot of damage though. I think it's B still. I mean, it doesn't have the really good launch forward weapon art.
Let's compare it to Erythel, for example. You know, Erythel has which one's better? Or Erythel? Like it's better than
I think Erythel's better, so B tier. Yeah.
Erythel's better than Holy Sword. The weapon art is better, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think Erythel is better.
Okay, we can keep it big. I'll get behind that.
I mean, either way, like if we're debating on this, I think it's fair that they're pretty similar.
Oh no, Amir is actually pretty long.
Oh yeah, the Holy Sword is
It's pretty long.
Okay, Cleric Candlestick.
That one and
that's a hard one. I mean, it has Fair and Flash Sword. Like to me, like when you have a weapon that's a catalyst, you kind of have to keep in mind that it can use all these spells as mix-ups. And then when we consider that it can use all these spells as mix-up, we're like, okay, yeah, but 90% of those spells are useless. So what are the good ones? Fair and Flash Sword, Homing Soul Mass. I mean, although if we consider Homing Soul Mass, it just goes way up. But it's not the straight sword.
Mass, all of these go up. You know, a regular straight sword can have it, so it doesn't even.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would say put a C. Like
C?
I get your point. I get your point, G. But like at the same time, the damage on is horrible. It doesn't combo. It doesn't it
doesn't combo into anything. Okay, yeah, I think that's a fair point. Yep, that's a fair point.
I tried, man. Like I used this. I'm like, okay, just not good, man. If it comboed, yeah, exactly what Grim said.
All right, Dark Sword. Dark Sword is a tricky one because I feel like Dark Sword is better than all what we got in C tier, but since it has the worst moveset, I don't think it's necessarily as good as the moveset of the ones we have in B.
Dark Sword, I think, is overrated. I like. It just has R1 going on for it. Like, it doesn't have a good R2.
Yes, it has R1. It has a good R1.
I mean, it doesn't have a
the range is decent. The damage is decent. It's 450 AR on strength. Not that grim. It's not 450, but it's a lot of AR on strength build. It's actually 419, I think, on 60 strength.
Yeah,
but
so I wouldn't put A. I wouldn't put
No, it's definitely not A. I think it's either low B. I think it's low B, actually.
Yeah,
doesn't have the moveset, but it's still
think about it.
Still
like,
an R1.
Weapon art sucks. Like the stomp is bad, man. Like there's no use for it for that one. Stomp just sucks. I would say C tier. For me, I would say C tier because I look at it. There's just no use like other than just being an R1 spam weapon. Which is
I mean, it's still one of the best R1s. Still, like it has a good it has a backswing. You know, that's really all you need, R1 and backswing when it comes to straight sword.
Good point. That's a good point.
And it has one still not the best in comparison to Goddard, but it's really like right below the Goddard R1.
Backswing is a huge deal. I agree.
Yeah. Okay, so Dark Sword, even though it has like fucking shit moveset, it still has very good damage and still has a good length too. So I think B tier is still fair considering it.
Yeah, let's keep it B.
All right, and then we have Morion Blade.
Hey, I just hate weapons. Sorry guys, like they always say. I say weapons that are just like so monotonous. Like there's just one thing going on
Yeah,
for it.
they're one-dimensional.
One dimension.
Okay, Morion Blade here. I still would put it in B tier because it has the good moveset.
Plus the buff is a good.
Yeah, the buff is still very useful. I think B tier is still fair.
Come on, but A tier. There's no way it's got our.
No, that is not A tier.
Like some.
Okay,
Yeah,
Ring Knight Straight Sword. That's the one people all want to know about.
S tier, man. It's
S
not
tier?
SS. It's not SS, but it's S tier.
S
As
tier.
much
Okay.
like I always.
Really S tier?
It's S tier.
I don't know. I still would maybe put it at A.
I honestly think it can be SS tier, but like
no way. No.
Let me
No
explain
way.
to you what I mean by that. I know what you mean, G. Like I know what you mean, but look, you gotta look like this. This weapon literally cuts all your recovery to almost nothing. That's huge. That's broken. If you play optimally perfectly, which is hard to do, and combine the ability to backswing, and it can be SS tier. It's broken, but like it's S tier because we're being like realistic about it. So
I still think it's probably the best straight sword, and it's definitely a straight sword that can compete with a lot of the other weapons. I mean, it's fair to put it a tier above. Okay, yeah, I can get behind that if you guys want to put it S.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's definitely better than all what we got in A tier, so I mean, it's fair, I guess.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I always say, like,
But
Go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead, Gabri. Sorry.
Okay, so in Ring Knight Straight Sword, even though like I started the cancel thing, the tech, I don't use it optimally. Like, it's hard to use it. You have to be very like, what's the word? Autistic to use it optimally. Like.
You can't say that, Gabri.
It's very hard to use it optimally because the idea is this: you don't want to be recovery canceling all the time because you're gonna miss on the backswing a lot, and at the same time you want to be cancel at the same time. Like if you play perfect, it can be SS tier, but there's no S perfect.
All right, let's go with the Storm Ruler, the one everyone was wondering about. I would put the Storm Ruler in E tier, honestly. Storm Ruler under Bastard Sword in E tier.
Yeah, Amir, you get with the Ring Knight Straight Sword, you get into like the fighting game territory. Like,
all right, let's keep moving here. We got the Gale Greatsword. Ooh, right away with the Gale. I would put Gale in. Honestly, I would really have a problem putting any Greatswords in B tier. Honestly, Gabri, if I'm being honest.
Honestly, no. I think
C tier is where the best Greatswords would go.
I don't know about that. I think like we gotta look at it optimally, man. Like who plays really well with it. I would say it's B tier.
Because you can't roll catch with this. Like if I look at these weapons that we have in C tier, we have Uchi, we have still straight swords with short straight sword, but that can still backswing.
Okay, let's do the comparison thing. Like let's compare them, right? So a great sword user fighting a spear user, like. When we say optimally, like you know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Reaction trade against a lot of the B tier is possible.
Okay, so someone said something. Everything in B tier shits on great swords, and I agree. I actually think that even in C tier, even like an Uchi, even a broken straight sword. If I'm being completely honest, I think a broken straight sword still beats a Gale.
I don't know. I don't believe that. You guys, but like, listen to what I'm thinking right now. So the idea, what I'm looking at is, okay, Grace user is able to reaction trade a lot of those weapons in B tier. It's hard. You predict trade like a curved sword, a dagger, whatever. You can actually reaction trade a straight sword or like, not that daggers, a lot of them, but like you can actually, if you really play it like really optimally, it's really possible. A spear, same thing. Especially,
I agree with Omega. The greatsword class in general is a bit overrated because we see a lot of people use it.
Don't stand a chance of fast weapon. I don't know. I feel like maybe it's.
I agree. Two good players don't.
Are we looking at from like the best, like the most optimal player?
I mean, you have to. You can't say like, yeah, if both players make a ton of mistakes. I mean, shit, everything stand a chance at this point.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, a great sword. Like if I'm using it, I'm so comfortable fighting like any of those B tier weapons. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just feel like it's. I don't think it's a C tier weapon. But if you guys, we can let them.
Okay, let's do a poll on that.
Yeah,
let's do a poll on that. Actually, second here.
By the way, filthy casual, like like when you say optimal play, it's actually think about
actually,
it like
fuck it. I'm not gonna go with the people's opinion on this. I really do think that great swords don't go above C tier. I'm just gonna leave it there. I really don't think that any great swords deserves to be in B tier. I really don't think so.
C tier doesn't mean it's up to you. If you want to keep doing that, go ahead.
All right, it's just gonna take too long. All right, let's move on. Onyx Blade. Let's put Onyx Blade with Gale because they're pretty similar. I mean, Gale has a better moveset.
I know,
but Onyx is slightly longer.
This guy like, no, I'm gonna put it there. All right, go ahead, G. Go ahead.
It's just gonna take too long. People don't agree. I mean, at the end of the day, like I'm just gonna.
It's a complicated one. Go ahead, put a C tier for now. We'll come back for it. Fascist JeeNiNe, I agree. Fascist. I'm just kidding.
All right. Okay, so Moonlight Greatsword.
Wait, I still think it's with the worst greatswords. They should be like bad. If they don't have
D tier. So the good ones in C tier and the bad ones in D tier, right?
Yeah, put the one with the bad R2 in D tier.
Okay. Great Sword of Judgment. I mean, we can maybe even put some in E tier.
What's E tier? What do you think is the E tier?
E tier, I have the Storm Ruler and the Eleonora.
Wait, let me look at them. There's so many great swords actually. I just realized there's so many ones. Wolnir is I hate Wolnir. I think it's one of the worst weapons. One of the worst.
Wolnir, Holy Sword. Yeah. Do you want to put Wolnir in E tier as well?
Yeah, I'll go there.
Okay.
I'd go there.
Okay, Drake Blood. What about Great Blood? Drake Blood. Sorry. D tier or E tier?
It has the worst moveset. People like think well, I think it's the worst moveset. The other ones, put a E tier, because Hollow Slayer will be D tier. You know what I mean?
Okay, so what about? Okay, let's review this for a second. Sebo here says Bastard goes to E tier, and I don't necessarily disagree. Do we put Bastard Sword in E tier as well?
We put Bastard. Yeah, put it back, put it down a little.
Okay.
I think it's. Yeah.
Okay, Moonlight Greatsword. Do we keep it in D or do we put it in E as well?
The Moonlight Greatsword has a lot of perks going on for it. I would just keep it at D.
Okay. What about Great Sword of Judgment? E tier as well? I think so, yeah. I mean, all the attacks are kind of bad.
Oh, the weapon art sucks. Yeah, I agree. The weapon art is very useless on Great Sword of Judgment.
Great Sword of Judgment, E tier.
Like, it has a lot of damage, but, like, it's just bad on every single way.
Alright.
Yeah, exactly, Grim. That's why it's gonna stay in D.
Alright, Twin Princess Greatsword. I think that one's not bad at all. Princess? Yeah, let's put it in D, actually. I don't think it's better than the Gale or Onyx, so D tier is fair.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. If I had a good Arto, it would be one of the good ones. Like really.
Oh yeah, definitely. Executioner, I think we can put that in E tier.
Execution. I love how it has like the FP if you hit someone. Like,
yeah.
You get FP if you hit someone. That's such a joke. It's not even.
All right, this one's a hard one. The Wolf Knight. Wolf Knight actually is hard because I don't think it's as good as Onyx and Gale's, but I think it's better than Twin Princess or Moonlight.
Wolf Knight? Oh, you're talking about Wolf Knight, right?
The Wolf Knight Greatsword.
Okay, so Wolf Knight doesn't have the good R2 though. That's a huge deal, man.
Yeah, it doesn't have the good R2. I think it has to go lower, honestly. Lower tier.
It's D tier. It's D tier.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than the others. But...
If we're already keeping Gales, Onyx, and Sea, it's not the same level. It's
All right. Okay. Let's go Claymore. I think we can put Claymore with Gale and Onyx, even though it might be a bit just slightly below them. I still think it's fair to put it because they're kind of similar. All right. Hollow Slayer Greatsword.
Croat, you can't like. I know it's hard. It's gonna be hard to decide based on a specific player because like Gales. I remember fighting Assassin one time. Sorry, Assassin. I had to mention this. Like I went like 10-0 with Assassin using Gales against PKCS. Like it's different. It's weird. Like it's different.
I mean, to be fair, that's never gonna happen in a tourney. Like Assassin would pretty much 5-0 you in the tournament if you'd use Gale against his PK. That's where I'm going with this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we will. I am very confident.
Like, it's weird, but do you see my point? Do you see my point where I'm going with this? It's like it's a hard one. So it's we're just gonna go like based on like the average good tryhard. Okay.
Hollow Slayer, C or D?
Hollow Slayer, I don't think it compares to C. There's no way. I think it's a D.
Yeah. If Wolf Knight is in D, I think Hollow Slayer is in D as well. Okay, Firelink Greatsword.
Hey Grim, freaking Assassin is not a Brandom. He's probably the best curve sword user right now. Don't you say that?
Yeah, Assassin is probably the best right now. Best CS. All right, Firelink Greatsword. I think Firelink goes with the other lower tier Greatswords in E.
Yeah, the weaponer is like I hate
the weaponer is like decent at very long range where you can't get punished, but I mean either way.
Yeah, minor recovery that it has. I don't know what they were thinking. Like seriously, that's just.
Yeah, the recovery is abyssal. Okay, Black Knight Sword, do we put that in D or E as well?
I would say it's D.
Yeah, it's lower than D's, but I mean, it's still high damage, perseverance.
Yeah.
The one-handed moveset is actually probably the best.
The weaponer is pretty good because of perseverance.
Honestly, I think this might be like the one greatsword that's better used one-handed. I think one-handed in D tier is not too bad. Okay, last greatsword, Flamberge. I think Flamberge in D tier as well.
I don't know, man.
No, not D tier.
Is it D or you said D, right? Not E. Okay, D.
Yeah, D. Yeah, D is good. D tier for Flamberge with the others.
Flamberge D. Yeah, the weaponer is actually can be handy every now and then, like huge damage.
It's pretty much a worse Claymore, but it's still a decent for a greatsword.
Okay, where we at?
Okay, the ultras now. Ultra greatswords start with the Zweihander.
Zweihander.
Yeah, that's hard now. Woo, that is hard.
Zweihander R2 is so good. It's
yeah. Honestly, I would put Zwei in either C or D.
Okay.
I don't know about you.
Before you go there, let's do the same thing we did with straight swords and gray sword. What's the highest gray sword it can go? Let's just do it like that. So this way we're not gonna get confused.
Do you think ultra greatswords can get above greatswords?
Like Farron, I think goes above it.
I think Farron in B tier is fair, actually. Yeah.
Farron is.
Yeah, Farron in B tier and maybe Zweihander in C tier, and we can put some others in there, or maybe even D tier.
I would say Farron in B tier, and then like Paradox in C tier. People hate on Paradox. The attacks are like the running L1 and the neutral L1 are so good. Like I don't know what people know. I know Shields like they shut it down, but we're talking about like all matchups, you know.
Yeah.
Outside of Shields, it does pretty well. You can actually play a lot of things.
I actually agree with that. I think Ring Knight, Great Swords in C, Farron in B, kind of makes sense, really.
Okay, how about this? Do that, and then put at D, put like all the good ultras, all the good. The Zwei, prof in a Zwei, the infusible good ultra. So Zwei, Lothric.
Oh yeah, Lothric. Do we put Lothric above Zwei since Lothric can be blessed infused and put that pressure? I would maybe put Lothric with Ring Knight because of that, because of the blessed option.
The infusion for blessed, because that's
Yeah.
a big one. Yeah, that's true.
Because you kind of win the regen game because of that.
Yeah,
you get more regen. So maybe I think it might be.
I like that idea. Do that.
Okay. So in C tier for Lothric. I think that's actually. I think that's fair.
As much as I hate it, is just put all the infusible like Lorien, non-infeasible profane. Put them lower. Put them lower. E tier.
Okay, profane. Where do we put profane at? In D tier or in E tier?
E tier.
E tier. Okay.
Like I like the weapon. Trust me, I like it, but the being uninfusable.
Non-infusable kills it. Okay, really so same for Lorien then.
Same for Lorien.
Lorien is better than. I mean, they're very similar actually.
Yeah, but Lorien, the weaponer is easy to buff, and it's a huge damage to chip, like the chip damage.
Do we? Okay, Gabri, do we really consider that Zwei is up a complete tier over Profane and Lorien, or are they very similar at the end of the day?
No, I think it's better. The R2 is a huge.
They're
deal.
better. Okay.
Store is same thing because of the rolling attacks.
Lorien does a shitload of damage though. Lorien Greatsword. On the 40-40, it does a load.
Like I remember fighting what's his name, Hackerish, like one time before. Like when I used Dark Zwei against him, it was a huge like reliever comparison.
Sale, thanks for the sub, man. Sorry, Gabri. Sale, thanks for the sub. Much appreciated.
In comparison to using like Profaned, it's a much different ball game. So yeah, I would put an E. I'd put what do you think of the Greatsword, the regular one?
Wait, so we have Eleonora, Storm Ruler, Wolf, Wolnir Holy Sword in E. Do we think Lorien is worse than those?
Lorien,
Your Lorien Greatsword.
It's about the same. It's a good E.
Okay. Alright, a good E. It's a good E. Alright, Fume.
In the end, like they're ultras. Fume.
Right, Fume. Do you put it with Zwei or do you put it in E as well?
Hey, a lot of people, Fume is cool in concept. It has a good moveset and everything, but I think it goes E. I tried to use it like really well, but I think it goes E. Being non-infusable is a big deal, man. What do you guys think, chat? Let's see what everybody's
people are saying that Lorien deserves to be in D tier with Zwei.
Because it can be buffed easier.
Yeah, because it can be buffed on the fly and pretty much does the most damage out of all of these, except the Lothric.
I get an Omega, but like has shit damage and weighs too much and has. I agree, Grim. Like Fume is a lot of people like to use it as an Ultra Greatsword, but it's just so bad in a lot of areas. Even its stamina consumption is unreasonably high for no reason. It already has way higher, like everything. There's a lot of bad things going on for it. I would say put it E tier, the Fume.
Alright. Okay, so the Greatsword, Ultra Greatsword.
Greatsword, Ultra Greatsword. that one.
No poke. No poke.
No good roll in attack. No R2. The R2 is bad actually too. The R2 is bad.
Do we put that in F tier? I mean, it can't be, right? It needs to be in E tier. It can't be in F. With the Earthseeker.
What? Yeah, that's true. See, it's good that we put Earthseeker there. So we look at is it Earthseeker level? Mix it up with the standing. What do you think?
Okay, so here's what I'm proposing. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing Zweihender alone in D tier, and I think I would put all these poke ultras with Zweihender, even if Zweihender is slightly better, and make some room for the bad ultras like Greatsword in E tier. I think that's what would make the most sense. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, but okay, so let's be objectively about this. In the end, for the same reason Earthseeker is bad, like a lot of reasons, it's very similar reason why Greatsword, Ultra Greatsword is bad. Like it has no way of getting to you. Even it's just Lothric Knight Greatsword is the same tier as Y. Yeah, we already put that
we could put Zwei with Lothric Knight Actually, we could put Zwei in C tier with the ring knight paired greatsword and the Lothric. We could do that.
Fox is E tier. I agree.
Know.
Zwei. Oh, you put Lothric Knight C tier because of regen. I remember that.
Yeah.
The R2 thing is a huge deal for Zwei. I can see that being a good thing. And remember, the R2 has same poise startup as a greatsword. So technically, you can like literally just play as a, if you want to do a safer R1 of a greatsword.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree that Zwei is better than all of these. It's just that we don't have 20 tiers of weapons, so we're going to eventually need to put weapons that are slightly better than one another in the same tier.
No, Fume is gonna go. Where's Fume? Did you put a D?
Fume right now is in D tier, or do you want me to put it in E?
Wait, what did we say we're gonna put a? Oh, okay, I see him.
Okay, so what I did there, I pretty much. Okay, so maybe you guys disagree. We can reverse back, but I put Profane, Lorien, and Fume all back in D tier with Zwei, or do you really want it to be in E tier with the greatsword, ultra greatsword?
No, it's not E. It's D. Even though like it still has a good moveset.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's move on here. I think we're good like that. I still think Fume is still not on the other bad greatswords level because it still has the poke, right? And it can block.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, Cathedral Knight. I think it's gonna be same as the greatsword ultra. It's an easy one.
Okay.
In E tier. All right, and then the Black Knight greatsword. Actually, I leave you with that one. What do you think?
Black Knight greatsword. I'd put a D as well.
Yeah. Okay. With all the other pokey ones.
Yeah.
I mean, it still has the rolling poke and the decent R1, so.
That's why it's not going to E.
Yeah. Because the E is really reserved for those ones that you can absolutely roll everything super easy. Yeah, Fugs goes to E, now
like their
Fugs
own attack is a huge deal for them. Like
well,
their own attack.
Even if Fugs is very stat heavy, it still has an opportunity to hit people with the rolling attack. So
yeah,
it still has a mix up. It's not completely unusable. All right, Astora, that's a hard one actually.
Yeah, hackers, but the thing is, Fume has a lot of negative things. Like the stamina thing is a huge deal, even with 34.
I honestly think Fume is perfect where it is there with the other pokey ones.
Yep, me too.
Okay, Astora, even though Astora doesn't have the poke, I think we can make an exception because Astora shines so much everywhere else.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't put Astora in C tier either. I think it still stays well in D tier.
I think it can go C tier. I think it goes C tier. Think about it, JeeNiNe. Like the weapon weighs like almost nothing. The charge is more useful than a freaking stomp thing, like the way. And then the rolling attack. The rolling attack is pretty decent. Did you know the rolling attack? Just to give you an idea, it's using the release R2 frames, so it has the same poise strength, and it's using like it starts at 5 frame, which is insanely fast. It's hard to stagger it if you do the rolling attack.
My problem with it is that we have all these ultra greatswords here that can all do well on their own, and then in C tier we have ones that even have another advantage on top of that. With Ring Knight we have the L1 that catches very well, and with Lothric we have the Blessed. Astora though does not even have any way of catching people with a poke. Yeah, it really needs something else to shine.
What it has is very the rolling attack is very safe. It's how many times have you got hit by like the rolling attack, like just because it's range and shockwave and all that, you know? It's really good. It's really good. I think it's a C tier weapon. It's better. If you compare it to the other weapons, it's much better than those. If you compare it to Zwei, do you have a D tier? I thought we put a C tier.
If you want to put Zwei C tier, I guess we could put Astora in C tier as well then.
Yeah, Zwei is C tier. I thought we already put it there.
Alright, let's put then Astora with the Zwei. If it was me, I think I'd still put them in D tier, but I think that's fair. That's still fair though.
Oh, yeah. Remember how Astora used to have that counter damage, like on the rolling attack? I don't know if you played from the beginning. The reason
Yeah,
why
I remember that.
it's because it used. Do you know the poke? Like the rolling. It's using the same data as the R2 poke, like damage-wise, everything.
Yeah, but let's not go there. It's not like that anymore. All right, let's move
I
on.
know.
Curve swords. Shotel. Okay, that's a hard one. The Shotel. Do we put that in C tier? With like the short sword and the Uchi and the Claymore. I think it's.
The curve sword? I'm trying to find them in Fixer. It's right here. Okay, so Shotel. Let's compare it to a good running attack. You know, as a good running attack, that's a huge deal. It's a B tier. I think it's a B tier.
You think it's a B tier? Okay.
Yeah, the chip damage is good too.
Like what Sebo said, Karthus is B, and then regular Shotel is C. I don't know. I think I'm.
Which one are we talking about? The regular Shotel? Let me see.
The regular Shotel. Regular Shotel.
So the regular one is C. Yeah, I agree. But the Karthus Shotel is B.
Yes. Okay, I agree with that. Let's put that right now. Actually.
You put Shotel and B. Switch them.
There's just a stream delay.
Okay. Is it?
Yeah. Okay, then we have Karthus in B. That's a good groundwork. And then we can start putting, I would say, the Follower Saber maybe in A.
Follow Saber. I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Follow Saber is it's really good. It's that good.
Follower Saber in A tier. Yeah. I think that's very, very fair. Actually, I think that's pretty on point.
There's no way it's the same as Karthus.
Yeah, it's really not. Okay, Dancer. Another hard one. Let's go with Dancer. I'm gonna leave you to decide. I'm not waiting.
Dancer, I would give it a B tier.
You're B tier with Dancer, same as Karthus Shotel.
Yeah, I think it's a B tier weapon.
Holy shit! Okay.
It has so much things going on for it. You guys don't understand. Like the run, like in terms of running, like pressure, if you go into people. You can actually do a running attack, a running L1. Like you can't outspace. It's hard to outspace if you know what you're doing, the running attack. And at the same time, the L1s, they take a lot of damage if you know what you're doing, and you can roll catch people to.
You're sure here that the Dancer is on par with like stuff like Karthus Shotel and Farron Greatsword? It's not just a bit worse than them.
I think it's
C tier.
In its own way. It's about there. It's about similar in its own way.
All right.
It's because sellsword is A tier in my opinion. If we're gonna do that, sellswords.
All right, let's do sellswords. Sellswords in A tier. Whoops. Sellswords in A tier. Actually, yeah, I agree with that. I think it's fair. Because sellswords are very unique in that they can apply pressure, so eventually you can force a mistake because you can apply pressure with them. Okay.
No.
What about the?
Graham, the difference is the running attack is faster on these attack, like the dances. We'll come back to it later here. All right, let's go.
Warden. Do you put the Warden with sellsword or do you put it a tier below? No, I think we need to put it in the same because it's pretty much the same.
Yeah,
weapon,
especially the same weapon.
Worse.
Yeah, let's keep it there.
Okay, and then we have the Demon Scar. Ooh, Demon Scar. I think it's fair to put it in S or even SS actually. What do you think?
Remember how I talked about earlier the Ring Knight Straight Sword? Like hypothetically, it can be like that extremely amazing weapon, like SS tier weapon. It's an S weapon, but no one plays perfect.
Honestly, if it was me doing this, I think I would put it in SS, but I don't mind putting it in S.
Like that's where I mentioned that. Like hypothetically, you can actually be SS. Like think about it. Like Fire Surge with Curve Sword R1. That's amazing.
Yeah, because I mean it does come with Fire Surge and Black Flame. It's kind of built into the weapon.
Let's compare it to the SS ones. You know, let's compare. What do we have?
Murky and PK.
I think. I think it fights them. It can compete with them.
I think it can too.
Yeah, because the Fire Surge can bring him in and like he can R1 with the.
You want to put it in SS or keep it in S?
Let's go. Let's not. Be,
I think we can.
I
think we can put it in SS, and I think we can put the other fast curve swords in S.
Yeah, I think it's
what
SS
do you think?
there. I think it's SS there. I'm down with that.
All right.
The potential is really high with it. I haven't seen anyone use it that like perfectly the way I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I
me
think
too.
the potential is really well. Get on the assassin. You know, you're like curve sword, mix it with fire surge.
Lupine, thanks for the resub, man. Thank you so much, dude. All right, Crescent Moon Sword. Crescent Moon Sword. You put it with Shotel and C. I think that's fair, right?
Yeah.
Right. There's no need to stay on that.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Storm Curve Sword. Storm Curve Sword, longest running attack.
I think it's a B tier buff because of how long it is. The running attack on it is insanely long.
Okay, so B tier because of the long running attack.
Yeah.
Slightly better than Shotel, and honestly, if you look at what we have in C tier, I agree. And what we have in B tier, I think it makes sense.
Yep.
Awesome stream, thanks, Mad Meska. Really appreciate that. All right, let's move on. Falchion. I think Falchion in B tier as well. What do you think with the?
Falchion is very short, man. Like.
Really, you would put Falchion under Storm Curve Sword in C tier, for instance? It's either C or B, really.
It's a C weapon because it's the range on is like very low. It has a lot of damage. It has a lot of builds you can do damage, but the range on is bad.
Okay, Karthus Curve Sword.
Karthus Curve Sword. I'd say it's B tier.
B tier still, really, even with all the nerfs.
Yeah, it's a B tier. It's a long weapon.
Okay.
It's a better Falchion. It's why you were thinking of Falchion, but like it's longer. You know.
All right. Okay, Painting Guardian Curve Sword. This is where it gets interesting.
Painted Guardian Curve Sword. There's still a Curve Sword. So
I think we can put it in A, honestly.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I think
A is fine.
Painted Guardian people like underestimate, think it's short. It's not a meme weapon. Like it's a good weapon.
No, it's a really good weapon.
It's an A weapon.
Okay, Scimitar.
Scimitar is S tier.
Yeah, I agree here. I think Scimitar and S tier. I think our top of the list actually looks right in my opinion. Definitely.
Why is Aquamarine?
I think Scimitar.
Like Aquamarine is really good. Why is everybody?
Yeah, Aquamarine is hella good.
I don't know. You guys, it's the dagger R1. The weapon R has really good potential, roll cash potential. What do you guys want? It's basically.
It has 2 running attacks too, like 2 different running attack timings.
I don't know why it's surprising.
Rotten Brew Curve Sword. That's a very interesting one because I could put this either with Painting or with Simi.
I think I put it with S tier.
S tier, I agree. All right.
That poison is strong, man. Like
if you take away glitches and you can't moss cancel, it definitely puts a ton of pressure and does the most damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I agree there. I think S tier makes sense for this. Okay, actually we have done the curve sword, so not too bad.
There you go.
The tier list is looking great.
Curve great sword.
Curve great swords, hard one. Yeah, let's start with the Kumo.
Objectively speaking, like if I'm looking at it, if I'm like, here's my feeling, you know what I mean? Like, I think Herald is the best curved great sword.
Yes. Okay.
Personally, I think Old Wolf has a lot going on for it, more than Herald, in my opinion. Okay.
Okay, so let's put the groundwork here. Do we think the Kumo is a D or an E tier weapon?
I don't think they should go in E.
Yeah.
They're better.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think D tier is fair for Kumo. We have the Lorien, the Fume in there, so I think it makes sense.
Karthus curved greatsword, same thing. D tier. It's not that much different than Kumo.
Yeah. Even Exile as well.
Even Exile. They're like the same skin of weapons, but different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exile, Karthus. I think we can put the Herald and Old Wolf a tier higher with Zwei and Astora. I think that's.
I agree. Let's do that. Okay. Let's put them C tier.
Yeah. So we have the good curved greatsword in C tier with the.
No, yeah, I agree, Grim. But Old Wolf Greatsword is it's a good C tier weapon. There's a lot of things going on.
All right.
Okay.
Katanas. All right. For katanas, we have Dark Drift.
Where is the katanas? Let me see.
Dark Drift. You want to put it with the Uchi? We have Uchi in C.
So what do we have in like in C and D B tier? Like let's compare because we have the groundwork for that.
All right. So in B tier, we have the Ring Knight Spear as a basis. Then we have the Quick Step Brigand Twin Daggers, and we have most of the daggers. Some of the straight swords. We have Longsword, Ethereal Straight Sword, Anri Straight Sword, Astor Straight Sword, Lothric Holy Sword, Dark Sword, Morion Blade. We have the Farron Great Sword, Kartosh Hotel.
Okay, so I put Dark Drift, even though there's a lot of cool things going on for it, but the damage is still low and the range is still low. So
C tier.
I put a C tier.
Okay, yeah, it's good. Good for me.
Even though the weapon is pretty, has a good recovery.
Washing pole.
Washing pole is I don't know if it's an A tier. Like it's hard for me to put an A tier.
It's hard for me to put it A tier, but definitely not below B tier. I think.
Oh,
it's either B or A.
It's a good B tier weapon. B tier weapon.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here we have Painting Guardian, the Sellsword, the Follower Saber. We have the Goddard in the A tier. I think it's.
It's a B tier.
I think it's a B tier. Okay, it probably goes like toward the front of the B tier as well.
Yeah, we'll just see if we have time later on that one we can.
Yeah, we can put them in order. Right now, it's a bit scrambly in each tier. Like it's
right now,
like
no, it's not a specific order each tier. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right. Bloodlust.
Bloodlust, I put a D tier. Wait, it's still like Katana running attack and R1s, but
it's up to you. See, it's definitely worse than Uchi that we have in C. We could put it in D, but yeah, I mean.
I think I'd put a D.
Yeah.
You have an opener that hurts you, you know. Like.
Yeah. That's a good. I can get behind that. All right, Frayed Blade.
Frayed Blade, I'd put an A tier.
Really, Frayed Blade in A with Painting Guardian.
I think it's an A tier because like the running attack into the weapon art. Like it cancels it really well, and then let's see it becomes safe. A good running attack becomes safe is really strong. And then not to mention the projectile R1 is pretty good too.
So we have Frayed Blade as the best what's it called? Katana here.
No, like it's Onikiri is the best katana.
Yeah, Oni is definitely the best. Actually, let's do Oni right now. We put Oni in A, right? Before Frayed.
Yep, Oni is definitely A.
Yeah, I agree there. I think Oni is fair to put with Goddard. Okay, Black Blade.
Black Blade. Black Blade is it's a good CT weapon. What do you think? Because it's not a Washington
C tier. Yeah, C tier. Alright, it's definitely C tier. I mean, Dark Drift is in C tier, so it can't be lower than that.
Yeah. In Chaos Blade.
Chaos Blade.
Man, like if you compare, you gotta compare it to Washington Pole. Which one you compare it to Washington Pole? It's not. It's a weaker version of Uchigatana, you know, because of
C tier, I think.
C tier. Yeah.
Okay, it's good. All right, let's move on. We're going faster here.
Okay,
Crowquill.
Crowquills has a lot of thing going for it. I think it's an A tier weapon.
I think it's A tier as well.
Probably most rapiers are there.
Yeah, actually, I think we might be able to put all of them in A. I don't know. Maybe what about rapier and Ricard's rapier? So let's put S-Stock in A. Crystal say actually. Okay, I'm going too fast here. Okay, let's.
So S-Stock, Crowquills, and Earthil, I would put them in A tier.
Okay, let's S-Stock. Here's the thing, though. Do we put S-Stock in S or A? Because S-Stock is still probably edges most of the weapon in A.
Yeah, but like, look at what we have in S. Is it comparable to S? That's the hard
What do you like more? A Rotten Grew Dagger, a Rotten Grew Curve Sword, or an S-Stock?
I think those are way better than S-Stock. Like, Corvian, Rangru, Runais. They're just better than S stock. Like I don't know if that's
Okay.
secret.
So S stock would be the best A tier weapon.
I can go behind that. Yeah, if we could go back in order, S stock can be the best A weapon.
I think honestly, I think S stock is better than Ring Knight Straight Sword.
Nah.
I think so, but I'll follow you guys on that.
There's no way. But yeah, let's just keep it like that. S stock can be the best A tier weapon.
Okay. Stock in A tier. So S stock would be the best A tier weapon. Actually, we have Painting Guardian Curved Sword in A, I guess. Nah, I don't know. Wait, bothers me, but
give me a second. Painting Guardian A tier as well. I mean, come on, Painting Guardian is it's a curved sword R1. Like it's very strong. Like when you fight a good curved sword user with a Painting Guardian, I know it's weaker, but like it's still you can still feel the pressure from it because it's a curved sword.
Like I'm thinking right now about the last tournament that was on PC where all of the fast curved swords were banned, and Fury won with S stock against the. I mean, with straight sword, it was pretty clear that there was a match. Someone made me reminded me of that. There was a match where Fury was fighting Z, lost the straight sword mirror, but then came back with S stock and won with S stock. So S stock definitely better than straight swords.
Yeah, that's but like in terms of Rinai straight sword, like you have the retarded Rinai cancel, like it's a huge deal. Oh, see, it would have been banned, but we're talking about like if it's allowed, you know, if everything is allowed, or is outside of like glitches like bow glitch and other stuff like that. But for the weapon itself. I just think it's Rinai Straight Sword has a lot of things going for it. And don't forget, the running attack into weapon are exactly what hackers is saying. Don't forget, even without the weapon, the cancel, like you can do a running attack and go into projectile to weapon art. That's huge, you know. Yeah, but like if you look at our other matchups, a Rinai Sword does a lot better against a crossbow user than a stock user.
All right, let's move on here. We can go back on that.
Same thing, hackerish. That's how I feel too. Like the potential is extremely high. Every single recovery is gone. That's insane. Honestly.
Okay, Atrial Rapier. I think we can put Atrial Rapier in the same tier as stock then, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, even though S stock is better, we all agree on that, but it would go in the same tier. Crystal Sage Rapier. Do we put that in the same tier as well? I think so. Even if it doesn't do counter damage, it's still very long.
But isn't that huge? That's true. The range is huge. The range is huge, actually. I remember inside when you used to use it, like you can feel it, the range.
Even though it's probably not as good as the others, I still think it still deserves to be an A tier.
Yeah, it is. I think I agree with that.
Okay, Rapier and Ricard's Rapier.
Ricard's, I'd put it at B tier.
Ricard and Rapier in B?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they are the worst. I mean, they're still trusting swords, but I don't know. I'm having a hard time here. I think I would still put them in A.
Their Rapier is actually that complicated. I agree. We need to look at it overall. Like, they still like faster.
Yeah, I think they still deserve to be in A.
Yeah. They're better than like the straight sword.
Even though, like, we can agree that Ricard is definitely not as good as S stock or Atrial.
Well, the thing is, like, then I don't like seeing them next to this S stock.
Yeah.
That's where it gets me annoyed. Like, I don't want to see him next to S stock.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm telling you, I think S stock deserves to go in S tier.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, let's put S stock in S tier.
All right, S stock in low S.
Just because good? I don't want to see them next to S stock. There's no way they're the same level.
Okay, Battle Axe.
Battle Axe. Oh, axes.
Battle Axe, man. Whew. I think we need to start at C. And
let's put the best axe. Which one's the? No, actually, the Wind Knight axe is pretty good. Wind Knight twin axes. That's decent.
Okay. What about B tier for the best axes and C tier for most of the rest?
I like that.
Okay, so hand axe in B tier as well.
And then the regular axes are like C tier, yeah. Well, like,
right.
is the regular axe the same as Shotel? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, Shotel is still better than the regular axe in almost every way. Like, think about it. Like, they have nothing going on for them. Other than, like, a
We
slightly
put Bloodlust in D tier. And most of the greatswords in ultras.
Yeah, but like the weaponer is just shit, you know. Like,
well, I'm open. I'm open for this. Do you think battle axe is more of a C or a D tier?
I agree with you. Put it lower than the C. The battle axes, I think it's a D.
D. Okay.
Yeah. Just put twin axes B tier.
Right. Twin axe in B tier.
Like Serpent should be C tier. That's a C tier axe because it has, you know, a few perks.
Right. It's slightly better than the other axes, but it's not better than the hand axe.
Exactly. And then like Butcher's Knife is, I wouldn't say it's the same as Serpent, so I would say it's D tier.
Yeah, because it can't have, it gets countered by shield while Serpent doesn't. Wait, did you say C or D for the Butcher Knife?
Yeah, what Oryx is saying, or Renex Tracer Garas are like basically almost the same range, but a little bit slightly Garar. This. Okay. What were you saying, JeeNiNe? Sorry.
Okay, Troll Axe.
Thrall Axe, I would say that quick step is a big game changer.
B? Is that fair?
Just because of quick step is B tier, yeah.
Okay. So, like, as a weapon, it's not as good as hand axe, but because it has quick step, we can put it in the same tiers as hand axe. Okay, Brigand Axe, same as Battle Axe.
Brigand Axe, yeah.
Then we have the Dragon Slayer Axe. You want to put that with the Battle Axe or with the
Dragon Slayer Axe, just because of that stupid like damage. I don't know. I would put it C tier. I wouldn't put it.
Okay, so you're like considering that maybe you can use that weapon blessed and have more regen or something.
Also, yep, exactly.
Okay, so it's one of those few weapons that get bumped just a little bit because you can have like max blessed or win the regen war, whatever you want to call this.
Yep.
Okay, Millwood. I think Millwood's fucking does a lot of damage, but I mean it's probably with the Serpent. Actually,
I think it's a C tier. Because the opener, even though it's not consistent with the thing, but like it's just better than whatever they had, the opener, the regular work, right?
I think the weapon art, I would never use it except for buffing the weapon. But if we have Serpent in C, I think Millwood is in C as well.
Yeah. Okay, so let's do that.
Okay, Great Axes. So the Great Axe, the Ultra Great Axe. You know which one I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Go down a little bit. Like, let me see what's in E tier. I think it's the
second tier. Okay, what do we have in E tier? In E tier, we have the Eleonora, the Storm Ruler.
I think all Grey Axes suck. Like, except
I think they suck too.
Black Knight Grey Axe is the only game.
Do we put all the fucking Great Axe in E tier or in F?
They're not good weapons. They're just not good weapons.
It needs to be split between E and F. So let me just put all these axes in E, and we can split them between E and F.
We're making fun of Earthseeker, but think about it. Earthseeker has a bad weaponer. That's like biggest thing about it. But at the same time, like those are not good weaponers too. You know, like the Grey Axe ones. So it's really not that much different. Black Knight Grey Axe is it's a completely different weapon than them. So I would say Black Knight Grey Axe is a C tier weapon.
Whoa, not C. If you want to put it, let's put it in D. With the Kumo and the Exile.
Yeah, I think it's a C tier. Like
with the Fume. Really, you think? Wait, so you think? Okay, so right now we have Lorien in D tier, Lorien Greatsword, and we have Black Knight Great Axe in C above it.
So the reason why I'm saying this is because the R2 and then the R1 thing like going on with it is a big game changer. The R2, if you're next to someone, it's hard to roll it. It's very fast.
I can't put that in C tier. There's just no way. It has to be in D tier.
I don't know. I think it's a C tier.
It can't be, man. No, I disagree. Like, yeah, Rex says Black Knight Great Axe in C tier is very cringe. Yeah. It's just not. I mean, Gabri, man, come on. We have all these weapons.
Let me compare them. I forgot what we have in freaking like C tiers and D tiers.
In C tier, we have the Ring Knight paired ultras. We have some of the straight swords.
You have the Black Knight Grey Sword and a Black Knight Grey Axe. It's the Black Knight Grey has shits on it. Like it's so much better than it. You know what I mean?
Black Knight Great Axe shits on what?
Black Knight Grey Sword, like the Ultra Grey Sword one. It's
Black Knight Great Sword. Where's the Black Knight?
It's down.
It's in the same tier.
It's in D tier. It's the same tier.
Yeah, they're both in D tier.
They're not the same tier, in my opinion.
Really? I think they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Black Knight Greatsword can poke at least. I mean, the Black Knight Great Axe has no way to poke catch whatsoever.
What do you mean? The rolling attack is extremely fast, like one of the fastest. If I show you,
it's so short that.
Yeah, but what it has over the Ultra Grey Sword is the fast. It has a faster recovery into R1, so it's hard to punish it. In R1, it's half of your health. Like basically,
I'm gonna be fastest here, and I'm gonna keep it in D tier.
Hey, it's up to you, but like honestly, I don't think it's a D tier weapon. C tier weapon is a good for Black Knight. People sleep on that weapon.
No, you're crazy, Gabri. All right, let's move to the others.
No, bro, I'm serious. It's actually better, but go ahead, keep it.
All right, Yorm. What about Yorm? Do we put Yorm in D tier as well?
Yorm,
I mean, it's the longest.
Yorm is, but like, it's not the same level as D. Like, if you're gonna put the Black Knight Grey Axe at D, you can't put it the same way. Come on.
Okay, so what I'm looking at here, we have all the other Great Axe that are very similar. I'd be down to put all of them in E tier, actually.
Yeah, they're all. In my opinion, they're not that good. Just put them in E. Well, if
I think it's consistent.
What makes them worse than? What makes them like better than Earthseeker? I think they're all F in my opinion. They're not good in a lot of ways.
Well, okay, so here's what I think. I think Yorm and Great Axe at least have a weapon art that's usable, where Earthseeker doesn't. They have a lot more damage as well, and. We look at the Dragon Slayer Great Axe, the Demon Great Axe, and the Machete.
Okay, you know what, Foggle, I agree. Under Foggle's hand, the Yorm is A tier. You remember Foggle? He's right here. Yeah. What's up, man?
So what we could do here, we could put the Yorm in E and the rest in F.
I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Because like they're all shit. I just don't like them. I tried to like only Black Knight Grey Axe is the one I think is good.
Alright, well your Black Knight Grey Axe is still 2 tier.
Wait. So if you do that, okay, that makes sense. I can go behind that. I can go behind that because if you put them lower, all of them, and then you have at least it should be like not just 1 tier above them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Let's go fist weapons. Kestis.
Kestis, where is that? Kestis Perseverance, come on, like that's a huge deal.
I mean, it's really good. I think it's A tier, actually.
Same thing. Put A tier, go ahead. And then Demon Fist is B tier.
Okay. Demon Fist B tier, you don't want to put Demon Fist with Kestis?
It's not the same level, I think so.
Okay.
It's Perseverance, like it's a special Perseverance too. It cancels faster into R1. Like it's all of the other ones, like they're a lot slower in comparison.
Dark Hand. Do we put Dark Hand and C tier?
Dark Hand,
like a tier below Demon Fist.
You're looking at a Dark Hand as main hand, right? So I don't think it's C tier. I don't think it's C tier.
You think it's still B tier?
No, not B tier. There's no way. I think it's lower.
D tier?
I think so because the damage in it is bad and.
I mean, yeah, I guess we have Short Sword, Uchi, and
like,
C tier that are better.
Weapons, exactly. Yeah. Like I don't think it's that level. I would put it D tier.
Okay, D tier, and we have claws. The claw, not mannequin, just the claw.
Regular claw. So let's start with the worst one. Talon, I think, is the worst one.
Crow Talon, really? Crow Talon as like say you're.
I know has. Yeah. I know has a lot of range, but like in terms of dueling, claws is better. Like because of the weapon art, it's a lot better. The So Crow Talon, I would say it's C tier. What do you think?
Crow Talon C tier.
It's not Dark Hand level, is what I'm looking at it like that.
I'm looking at these. Yeah, I think Crow Talon is not Wing Knight Twin Axe and Hand Axe actually. Yeah, I think it's fine. Crow Talon in C tier.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Claws. Claws have the good running L1. They have a good weapon art, and then like there's a lot of good thing going for it. But I would put Mannequin B tier, and then like fuck it.
Claws still in C tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think both of them deserve to be there. They're not. I mean.
Of course, off blue. We are sleeping on it. Oh my god.
Okay, Mannequin Claw as quick step, and it's right next to the Troll Axe. I think it makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
And B tier. Okay. Okay, next we have the spears. So let's start with the Saint Biden. I think that's a good starting point.
Saint Biden. So I don't think. So what's the best? Can any spear get into A tier? Let's do it like that. It's easier.
Okay. I think we can put the gimmicky spears, like maybe the Drang Twin Spear in A actually, and all the other ones in B.
Like which ones? Like what about Groot Spear? I think we're on Groot Spear. What do you think?
Maybe we can put Gru in A as well because of poison, but I would be comfortable in putting nearly all the spears in B.
Put them all in B, but there are some there work a lot better. I think Partisan should be higher. I don't think it has a lot of things going for it.
Let's start with Astor Spear. Do we put Astor Spear in C instead of B because it's a bit worse?
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah.
It's a CT. Same thing. Same reason we did some straight sword CT weapons.
Yeah. Okay. And
same thing for a spear.
Winged spear.
Yeah, like the very short spears.
The very short spears, we put them in C.
Yeah.
Okay. Second here. The spear.
Javelin, follower javelin. Oh my god, that one. Well, it's still like.
I mean, it can't be B.
No, 100%. It's not a B. There's no way. But like, what do you think? A C or D for follower javelin?
Follower javelin.
Let's see what Chad has to that one.
I mean,
I think D is right. I like follow javelin, just bad, man.
All right. Yeah, you use that a lot, actually.
Yeah, it's not.
All right. Well, I think tailbone. I would put tailbone above the follower javelin because the weapon art is still somewhat usable.
Oh yeah. So it's definitely higher. So if we put that one in D, it can be good.
With tailbone in C.
Yeah.
Okay, Gargoyle Flame Spear C as well.
Yeah. How the mighty has fallen. Like this weapon used to be so much better.
Oh yes, yeah, definitely. Okay, we have the Yorshka Spear, the one that drains FP. I mean,
that one is it's horrible. You know,
it's bad. Yeah.
Well, it's a C tier. It's not a D. I don't think it's
Yeah, I don't think it's. It still has more range than.
Yeah, it's a C tier
javelin.
Plus the weapon art. If if it was faster, it would be so good. Like the weapon.
Yeah, if it was faster, we would actually use it to drain FP.
Because the FP drain is huge. I don't know if you tried it. Like it's the.
Yeah, I did try it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go four prong plow.
4-prong plow is a good B, solid B. It's a very solid B.
Next to Saint Biden in B, that makes sense. Rotten Gru Spear, do we put that in B as well? I think so.
Yeah.
Or do you want it to put even above that?
I want to put like Rotten Gru Spear and Partisan in A tier. The way what do you guys think? Because those two have so much. They have like the spear thing going on, but they have other things to do. Partisan is not C tier. You have no idea what you're saying, dog. You have no idea what you're saying.
Okay. Let's go Partisan.
I think it's a good A tier. It's like
Really?
a lower end A tier. I don't think I think it's better than a lot of like the mix
So partisan, if we put partisan in A tier, it's better than Cartus Shotel, Farron Greatsword, Washing Pole, Hand Axe.
Yes, it is better than those. Like, you think about it, it is better
Demon
than those.
Fist.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
definitely
actually, yeah. Low A tier. I can actually understand it a bit. But someone said Saint Biden should go in A then as well. It's the longest spear.
Yeah, but longest spear, that's all they got going for it. You know, there's if you have to look at it from fighting other weapons, not just spear versus spear. You know, spear versus spear. Yeah, I mean you can say that it's probably like tougher, but then, but fighting other weapons like PKCS, fight a PKCS with Biden and compare it to fighting a partisan with Biden. You know, you have
Ring
a lot.
Knight Spear should be A. Sebo is saying in that case.
Well, yeah, but Renai Spear is Partisan's A is not just because of the R2. It's because of the weapon art and the R2 and the R1. Everything you're going on for it. Renai Spear is not infusable, and the weapon art is not as good. Like it's not even close. I think it's a B tier weapon. If you get a plow on B tier, Renai Spear should be a B tier.
Yeah. If Plow and Saint are in B, I think it goes in B too. What
No,
I don't mind though is
it doesn't have full. If I'm just answering, it doesn't have bigger hitbox. It doesn't.
okay. So what I don't mind here is if we put Partisan in A, I think Drang Twin Spear goes in A as well. For the
I'm down with that. It's actually underrated. I agree with that. Yeah.
Not just because it's underrated. That L1 is like very fast. Definitely can compete with some of the other
and it
weapons
can
in there.
cover the you know the negative part of the spear, you know, because steps.
Okay, the pike. Yeah. What about the pike?
Pike,
not that great either.
We're looking at.
I think it's C.
Running attack is horrible. Yeah, don't forget that pike have the bad running attack. So that's big. So C.
I don't think pike. Yeah, I don't think pike goes in D. I think D might be too low. I don't know.
No, the range on is huge. Like you can still play from. Yeah.
Okay, Dragon Slayer Spear. Okay.
That one is a B tier. It's I know you put like the weapon art for it has one of the fastest poise startup. And then like
weapon art that's usable after you get hit by a running attack, for instance, with any of the fast weapons.
Yep, and then you have the good R2.
Okay, and Dragon Slayer Sword Spear.
Dragon Slayer Sword Spear, I think it's a good B weapon. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it goes B as well. Okay, Golden Ritual Spear, so the Spell Spear.
There's a lot of spears, I just realized. Holy crap.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
From like their spears.
Okay, I think Golden Ritual can go with the other shorter spears, even with the spells.
I forgot this weapon exists, I swear. Okay, so the Golden Ritual. What are you gonna put it, Gina? I forgot this weapon exists.
I think I would put it in C with the other shorter spears.
Go ahead, put it there. I completely forgot about it.
Okay, Soldering Iron. Let's put it. We put it 2 tier below or 1? Or
I think it's the same thing like Javelin. I would put it D tier. The damage is horrible.
Even though the damage is horrible, you don't want to put it in E tier.
Yeah. No. It's not E tier.
Okay.
It's still good running attack, spear, and all that stuff.
Lothric War Banner. Let's put it with Saint Biden. What do you think?
Yeah. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and B tier.
Lothric War, like the Lothric War Band. Yeah, I like that.
Okay, Lothric Knight Long Spear. Do you want to put it in B tier as well, or?
We put Pike there, so it's the same thing.
No, it's not. What Pike is in C tier, and Lothric Knight Long Spear could go either in B or C, in my opinion.
I think it's C. Because like we already put Pike there. It's the same. It's a copy paste weapon.
Okay, and we have Great Lance. I think Great Lance goes in A.
Let's see chat real quick on that one because they're really writing about it. So you guys think Lothric is B tier? It has the worst running attack. It's not the same level as a plow, or you know, you have to compare what we have in that tier.
It's longer and more AR.
Yeah, but like it doesn't have a good running attack. The bread and butter of a spear is a running attack. So you can't just put it at the same level. I think it's a C tier. The Lothar.
Honestly, I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, what hackers is saying, like that's the bread and butter of a spear running attack. Like it doesn't have that, even if it has a good one.
No, Warbanner does not go in A tier. Warbanner
Oh,
doesn't have anything special going for it. It's just higher damage.
Yeah, it's a B tier Warbanner. Lothric's spear is a C tier.
Okay, so Great Lance here. I think I'm gonna put Great Lance in A, because it's with Twin Spear and Partisan. It has those gimmick.
This is where I completely disagree with you, JeeNiNe. You can put an A, but I completely disagree with you. I don't think it's.
You think it's B?
The highest you can put. If you put an A, like that's insane. Come on, like look what you have in A.
Let me check.
It's not the same level as those. Even B, I don't think it's B. It's the same reason you have.
Oh, it's definitely B though. Definitely B. I don't mind. All right, I don't mind putting it in B tier.
Put a B tier, but like personally speaking, I would say it's a C tier. But it's a B is good.
No, it's definitely not C tier. No. It's definitely not C tier. Like it's one of those weapons that has an attack that can roll catch. Like Great Lance definitely does not go below B tier because that two-handed R2 is an easy roll catch.
You know what? Go ahead. I can see that B tier, but there's no way it's.
No, it's not because I like Great Lance. I'm being very honest here.
The R2 is pretty good. The R2 is
the
like
two-handed R2 is very good.
The R2 is like has a crazy amount of poise startup, and at the same time has a lot of hits, so it's hard to roll away. So that is a big good point, which a lot of other weapons on C tier, like the slower ones, don't have. That is a good point. Okay, I can go behind B tier.
Okay, halberd. The halberd, not the red hilted, the normal halberd.
They're both the same. Wait, yeah, one perseverance, right? I'd say perseverance is better. So
yeah. Do you want to put that in C or B?
halberd. I think it's is better than like a pike, so it shouldn't be C.
Yeah. We have the great swords in C tier.
I think it's a B tier, in my opinion. The halberds.
B tier. Okay. Really B tier for.
Because like you gotta compare it to what you have and.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. We have everything that we have in B tier is fast, and this would be the slowest weapon in B tier actually. But besides Farron, maybe.
But it has a lot of things going on. Even though it's slower, but if you use it right, like it's not actually slower. You know, like if you turn, burn, and all that stuff, it's hard to like roll sometimes.
Okay, yeah, let's keep it in B. Red hilted. Let's put red hilted with it. I don't think it. Even though red hilted may be better, I don't think red hilted is A tier.
No, 100%. There's no way it's A tier. You can't just there's no way.
Okay, Lucerne.
Lucerne, all glaives, they're better than Grey Swords,
C?
in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, actually.
Like, the glaives are just better. I love Grey Swords, but come on,
Do we put the glaives all in B, or do we put them in C? With Great Swords?
So Split Leaf, let's start with the best.
Yeah.
Split Leaf is the best
one. I think it can go in A, actually. I think Split with the gimmick.
I can go behind that, because Split Leaf can be like played really stupid. Like, you remember that autistic thing I told you?
Yeah.
If you play really that bad, like it's hard to beat you. It's hard to fight you.
Yeah. I think Split Leaf is one of those cases where it has a very special gimmick that pushes it above the others.
It's not S tier. Come on, let's just be honest.
No, it's not S tier. Okay, we have... Actually, that makes me want to go straight up with Gundyr. Do you think Go ahead.
Gundyr, I know, like, it's you want to put an A, like it has a feel, but it's a B tier weapon, Gundyr.
You think Gundyr is B tier?
Because shields shit on it. Like, shields, there's no way you can fight it. Like, it's hard to fight.
That is true.
Like, I remember. Go ahead.
But without shields, Gundyr was probably the best halberd.
I can go behind that, but that's what I'm saying. Like, shields easy to use. You can just grab a shield, and even sometimes, like, with just guarding can hurt it, Gundyr. You know, like I don't know if people.
Yes, I agree.
Know this. Like, you can guard with the weapon and just get away from the weaponized wake up. That's easy.
All right, I can put it in B tier. Gundyr is better than Partisan, bro. Come on. Yeah, I agree with that. I think Partisan is a bit
There's
too
no
high there.
way.
Yeah.
Partisan is better than Gundyr. Come on, man. Like, think about it. It's
I
better.
disagree.
It's better than the like.
Gundyr eats Partisan for breakfast. It really does.
It does not. Come on, you guys. Like, if you guys really play him really well, like Gundyr can be shut down. It's hard to shut down as like a Partisan. If you know, you gotta like it can work with a lot of builds. Gundyr can be easily shut down by at any build. Partisan is underrated. You should use it, Gina. Like, you haven't used it right. Like, Partisan is very underrated.
Partisan is better than Gundyr. Man, I don't like that. I don't think it's true at all, but...
We're looking at it from a duelist perspective. Don't remember
that. I'm not thinking invasions,
dueling,
dude. I am not.
It's better. Like, it has a better running attack. Like, the R1 is, each one is to each his own. Like, can be better. One has positive and negatives. It can counter damage. And, you know, like, it's still faster, even though it's R. But at the same time, it has a good R2. It has a good weapon R. It has everything going on for it. Like, there's this, you know. Gundyr can be shut down. Like, Partisan, there's no, you know, counter for it. There's no counter for it. That's a big thing to have.
All right. Let's go Wing Knight Halberd. That one's pretty bad. Do you still want to put it in the same tier as Gundyr or below it?
Wing Knight Halberd, I don't think it's the same tier.
No, let's put it a tier below.
Yeah, I agree.
And what about Lucerne? Do we put Lucerne in the same tier as Gundyr or below it?
I think it's B tier. Lucerne is underrated with the Leo ring and all that stuff.
Wow, so we have Lucerne and Gundyr on the fucking same tier. Amazing.
Dude, like, you're underestimating the spin sweep damage, like, with the Leo ring, you know?
Yeah, I know it's good. I mean, I've always been vouching for Lucerne being just as good
and
as
if
the
you
others,
organize them, we can organize Lucerne to be lower. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Glaive. This is where I have a problem, man. This is where I have a problem. The Glaive, I don't mind putting Glaive in the same tier as Gundyr, but then Lucerne is right next to them. It just bothers me. Okay, we have Black Knight Glaive. Let's put it with them as well. I think it's fair.
I think it's fair to put them with them, yeah. Yeah, but that's glaives are shut down by great swords, but that's just probably one of the only instances, you know.
Yeah, glaive are better against all the better weapons in general.
So glaives are better where it matters against metas, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, Immolation Tinder.
Immolation
Tinder. We can put it with the Gundyr and all of them.
I think it's similar. A B tier weapon. So it makes sense earlier what we said. A lot of the glaives are B tier weapons.
Crucifix, yeah, B tier as well. Why not?
Yeah.
And then I think we can put the Crescent in a tier below with the winged one.
Filthy Casual. In my heart, it's an S tier weapon. Don't worry. Black Knight Glaive. All right.
Crescent Axe, a tier below, or even two tiers below.
Is a shit weapon. I don't
Do
know.
I put it in D tier instead of C?
I don't think. Yeah. Come on, you gotta look at the gray swords. Come on.
Yeah, I think it goes in D tier.
I think it goes lower than C tier. There's no way a gray sword.
It's D tier, I think.
Yeah, it's.
Okay, the sights, the normal sights, the great sight.
The scythe, I think it's a B tier. No, are you talking about the Corvian?
No, the normal sight.
It's about similar in a way. What do you think? Like, is it really different? That much different between them?
I don't know. I'm looking at this. I
think they're B tier sights. Like,
I think sights are B tier. I think they're C tier.
The Corvian has a lot of.
I think they're C tier and. Frayed Blade, maybe A or B.
You mean Frida Scythe?
Yeah, Freed. Yeah.
No, they're not D tier. Come on, are you crazy?
No, not D. Way. I think C.
This was his name, Rex. Like, he gets a good Corvian and can do a lot of Corvian Scythe. Okay. I personally think Corvian is a B tier with Frida. Like, if we have him, is gonna be higher, but Corvian's because of a range. It has a lot of range, more than range than the regular scythe.
Wow, we have fucking Corbin scythe in B tier with fucking 4-plunk prow.
Dude, like, Corvian Scythe is good.
Washing pole. With Farron Greatsword. With Gundyr. We have fucking Gundyr and Great Corvian Scythe in the same fucking tier.
Have you guys not fought a really good Corvian Scythe user?
I've fought plenty of fucking good Corvian, and I've never, ever seen anyone that makes it like that. Actually, this is going to be another fastest moment. I'm not going to put Scythes in B tier.
Oh my god, you guys like don't understand how good Corvin is. I think it's pretty good, but if you guys want to keep it C, go ahead, do it. Go ahead.
All right, and I don't mind putting the Freed higher though, because to me it would make sense.
Oh shit! Wait, JeeNiNe, I'm gonna fuck. Dudley, what are you doing here, bro?
Dudley has been there for a while. Dudley comes in here and there.
No way! I haven't seen this guy in a long time, bro. What's up, man? All right, JeeNiNe, what's his name? Grim. This is the original crossbow user right here, not you, buddy. All right, this is Dudley right here.
True.
Oh my
all right. Freed. Do we put Freed? Okay, Freed is going to be either B or A. So it's your call.
You know what? Hack made a good point though too. Like 30 FPS days, it makes Corvian a lot better. So what were you saying?
Yeah, the 30 FPS days are over.
So that is a big thing. Yeah.
I think Freed can go in the same tier as Gundyr. I think they're pretty similar in terms of weapon argument.
Freed is B tier. I can say. Yeah, it's good.
Alright, now it makes more sense to me having most of the side at C and Freed above them at B. I can get behind that. It's okay.
Oh my god.
Alright. Okay, my personal favorite Great Hammer. Lido Great... Actually, let's not do Lido. Let's do one of the bad ones. Vort's Great Hammer. Let's do Vort.
Wait. Great Hammer, they suck, man.
Great Hammer, Vort's Great Hammer. Do we put that in F tier right away? All the Great Hammers?
Warhammer is actually not. I'd not make it F tier. I would make it E tier. Yeah, because of like that frost buildup. Like it can.
Okay, Gabri. Your voice hammer is not F.
Yeah, it's at least something it has, you know, in comparison to all of them. But every single hammer is F tier, except like Lido's and the spin sweep ones. Let's see.
Okay, here's how I see it. I would put all of them in F. I would put the sweep ones in E tier instead.
No,
and I would put Lido higher.
What do we have in D? What kind of ultras? Let me compare them. I forgot what we have.
Okay, in D tier we have the ultra great swords that have a roll poke. So we have the Fume, we have the Lorien, we have the Black Knight Great Axe, the Black Knight Great Sword, we have the Black Knight Sword, we have the Moonlight Great Sword, the Wolf Knight Great Sword, the Exile.
Spin Sweep Grey Hammer is like, I think it's comparable to that. What do you think? Because the spin sweep is huge. Like I told you, like if you use R1 to spin sweep, it cancels the recovery. Like it's a big, huge recovery cancel. And then if spin sweep is big, like what you have for as a roll poke as a thing to compare for, this has spin sweep. Do you get what I mean? Like,
yes, I get what you mean.
Lido's can be C tier, and then spin sweep.
Actually, I think Lido is B tier, man. I'd put Lido in B tier.
You know what?
Because it can catch.
Honestly, I'd go ahead, do it.
Okay.
You guys are like don't think a lot of good weapons are good, so I was afraid to even say it. So go ahead, B tier. I'm down for that. I actually like it that much.
All right. Okay. So if Lido is in B, I can put the swipe great hammers in D tier. Then I guess.
Yeah. The spin sweep ones, put them in D tier, and then like Vor put it E tier, and then all of the rest ones.
Actually, let me put some of them in E, like the... What's it called? What's that name? The small Great Hammer. Let me put that in F.
Which one was... Well, there's a lot
the
of...
Small.
Oh,
the small Great Hammer.
Smo is S tier. What are you talking about, bro?
Oh my God, Smo is F. The Gargoyle, definitely F.
Yeah, Lido's is... Okay, Lido's is one of those weapons that hopefully From can look back to and, you know, use it as a way to buff weapons for Elden Ring.
Yeah, it makes sense. If we have Lido B, we consider Lido better than Ring Knight, Swayhander, Astora,
I agree.
Old Wolf,
Yeah.
Arrow. I think it goes right above them, actually.
Oh, 100%.
And it's actually right above the Great Swords, Gale and Claymore. I think that's fair, too.
It is. It makes sense. The weaponer is extremely good on it. Very well done by From.
Gargoyle is not F, it's E. You guys want Gargoyle in E tier?
Oh yeah. Gargoyle, the weaponer is actually pretty decent. It's not that bad, but it's better than like, Perseverance.
Okay. Morn's Great Hammer.
Morn's Great Hammer. I know it's cool, but like, what do you think?
I mean, I'd put that in F.
I put an F. Like the stat efficiency is bad, and then.
I mean, yeah. If you consider the stats, like you're not even gonna use it. Okay, the Great Mace. I'd put the Great Mace in F as well. That's probably the worst. Great Hammer.
Oh, Great Hammers are so bad, man.
Then we have the Great Club. We can put that in E. Because it still has a...
Yeah.
Actually, I just thought about that. The Great Hammers have that one-handed fast rolling, right?
Yeah, but like it's the range on it is shit. You know, it's the same reason why when you said Grey Axe is shit for the rolling.
Okay, so I did this on my own. Do you think the Great Club goes in E instead of F?
It goes in E. It's not as bad as those ones. I agree.
Yeah,
okay. The R2 is pretty decent.
What about the large club? It has that weird weapon art where it's bunks everywhere.
That's still bad though.
E or F? I
think it's F. The large club. The Great Club. You can't put it the same as the Great Club. There's no way that they're the same.
Okay. Yeah, Old King Great Hammer. It's pretty damn useless too. We want to be consistent. Honestly, I don't see consistency in these Great Hammers. I see Vort in E and Gargoyle and Great Club, and then I see...
You know what? Go ahead. I overrated. I think I just when I was thinking about it right now, like I think I overrated the Frost. I can see.
Okay. I don't know either about Gargoyle Flame Hammer. Like, why is it in E? Be like above the others.
Gargoyle, the weapon art is pretty decent though.
Okay.
It's actually useful. There's some use to it, you know. But
I think Quakestone Hammer is E instead of F.
Oh, Quakestone Hammer? Nah, it's the same level of Earthseeker.
You think so? I think that it's still I've like I don't know if you remember that guy. There's been a dude that played forever on PlayStation that only played with the Quakestone Hammer, and he kind of used it to his best potential. It's still a bad weapon.
Yeah, I know, but when you use one thing every single time, like you're always gonna have one clip every now and then. Like, but I don't think it's as bad as the other ones. It's actually you're better off using a Perseverance, in my opinion, than using that weapon art.
All right, let's put it in F. So I think all the others are gonna go in F. Pickaxe in F then, and I still have a problem, honestly, with that Gargoyle and E. I think I want to put all of them in F.
Personally speaking, like I would put all of them like F tier. Like they suck, like all Grey Hammers except Lido's.
Okay.
Oh wait,
okay, let's do that.
The spin ones are pretty good actually. The spin sweep is I keep it D tier. Like the spin sweep is.
Okay. All right. Let's just put all of them in F.
put all of them at F, yeah, except the spin sweep ones in. Like Great Club R2 is overrated. People need to understand that. Like if people think it's good, it's actually not good. If you know how to like roll, you're never gonna get caught by the Great Club R2. Like,
all right, Tessu, it's your time to shine. Let's do the hammers. The club, the actual Ape Club. Okay, Ape Club. Do we put that in B or do we put that in C?
Is it the reinforced club or the?
No, the other one that's not reinforced, but is the same moveset, just a bit less damage.
Oh, it's the worst one. So even the stun is worse, I think.
Is it?
I think the stun is worse. Is it? I don't remember using it, but isn't the stun worse on the regular club? Like if it's stun wizard, it's a huge deal.
I have no idea.
All right, here, let's just go.
We can put it in C, actually. Yeah, with the Claymore. Yeah, it's definitely not above the Claymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Hazel pick. Okay, do we put Hazel pick in A? Nah, it can't be. It needs to be B.
It's a B tier. It's a B
yeah.
tier. Yeah.
Hazel pick in B. Yeah.
And then like
the Drang Hammers.
I think the regular club is the worst one. You shouldn't put it in the C tier. I think it's the reinforced one is C tier, and then you have regular, like the regular club like D tier.
Doesn't it have the same moveset? It's the
like,
fast
I know,
moveset.
but like the stun is worse. I think those stuns like was.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, it doesn't combo to like it's.
So we have the Millwood Axe in C tier that doesn't have hyper armor, and it's pretty much about the same speed, right? So
ooh, see, good that we're comparing it. Like, see what I mean? When you're doing it on the go, it's hard.
So I don't think the hammers that actually have hyper armor can go below that.
Reinforced club, like in the club R1, is actually pretty fast with the hyper armor. It's weird that they designed it that way. But yeah, I agree. Go ahead, keep it there.
Okay, Drang in D though, is that fine, or do you want to put that in E?
But like everybody's saying, by the way, like the regular club is not as good as the reinforced club. I remember the stun being much worse. So that's
but what if we put the reinforced club with Hazel in B tier?
I'm down with that.
Yeah, I think it would still somewhat make sense.
Honestly,
although
I don't mind putting Hazel A tier. I don't mind it because like think about it. Yeah, I don't mind because the combo potential is insane on that one. Like,
well, in A tier we have the fucking follower saber.
Yeah.
We have the Drang Twin Spear. We have the Split Leaf.
But like the potential you have with it because it's using the spells. Like you can have Fairy Dart. You can have Homing Soul Mass. You can have like, but unlike the straight sword version, that one that we had, you know, it's actually combos into spells. You know, I think it's an A tier weapon, Hazel pick, and then you can put Reinforced B and put Club C.
I think there might be a tier 2 high, all of them, but
the Hazel pick has a lot of potential, especially because of you can mix it with Homing Soul Mass. What's the good thing about Homing Soul Mass? Like you can be very passive about it, right? As soon as someone comes to you, you have a hyper armor R1, you know, like it just fits perfectly.
I mean, we're really considering the spells here for Hazel.
Yeah, you have to consider the spells because otherwise, you see, earlier we tried to consider the spells. It didn't make sense for the straight sword because nothing combos. There's not a lot of thing going on.
Right. I mean, that straight sword is in, where is it? It's in C tier, and Hazel's in A tier.
Yeah, because of like the combo potential and the fact that you're using a hyper armor that's decently fast on a very passive, you know, build like Homing Soul Mass. Like it's if you find a really good Hazel pick user, who's I remember Sam used it. It's extremely hard to fight. That's A tier. It's the same reason you have Split Leaf there, in my opinion.
Okay. Let's go with the rest. Okay, so the mace, the normal mace.
Normal mace.
With the club.
I think they're not as good as the great swords. The good great swords.
They really aren't.
So,
I would put that in D actually.
So yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at this. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think they're C tier if you put great swords as C tier. I'm talking about the good great swords.
I have a problem right now with the axes that are in C tier.
Well, like which one?
We have the Dragon Slayer axe, the Millwood, and Man Serpent.
Dragon Slayer, Millwood.
Oh, actually, never mind.
I think they're
no. I think they're above Mace actually. Never mind.
Yeah, they're well.
Never mind.
So
Morning Star with the same pretty much as Mace. And then the Blacksmith Hammer. Do I put it below it or?
Blacksmith Hammer. It's one of the worst ones. Do
I put that in E tier?
Oh, it works similar. It works similar. So in it's just less damage, but in the angle it works very similar.
But it's definitely inferior to the mace in like every way.
It's true. I would put it lower then.
Okay, leave it at E. It's still like a meme weapon that no one's gonna use. Okay, and the war pick.
But the mental damage is huge on it, you know what I mean?
Okay, war pick. Do we put that in C tier with the club?
War pick. Oh, that one is pretty good. I would put it C tier. That's a good C tier. If we, like comparison to a gray sword, a good gray sword.
Okay, pick galvanize. Yeah, I guess. All right.
War pick is compared like the best gray sword are C. That means war pick is C. This is how I look at it.
Yeah. Okay. Whips. The whip.
Oh, that's an E tier.
Actually,
or
really, no way, dude. With the fast weapon, I'd put that in B tier.
No,
or maybe C tier.
No. There's no way it's B tier. Come on, like the weapon art, you can exhaust it. There's a lot of.
Actually, no, not what we have, but I think I'd put it in C tier.
There is no way it's comparable to us. I don't agree with that. To a good gray sword, that one. There is no way, JeeNiNe.
It's fast,
way
man.
lower
You just,
than that.
dude, have you ever played whip? You can just
I
run
used
around
whip
and
a lot.
you can just run around and use that weapon art as if it's a whiff punish. That's how you use whiff.
Hey, put a C tier, but honestly, like if you ask chat, like a lot of people, I don't think it's.
All right, I can put it in D, but I can't put that in E. There's just no way.
Yeah, I can go with D. But like, I'm comparing it to the good gray swords. Is what I mean. Like you can't like have a good sight, a good gray sword. Look what you have in there. In comparison to this, it's.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, you can't compare a whip to those weapons. There is no way. Like, there's just no way.
All right, let's put it in D. And then the notch whip. Yeah. They put the notch whip in E. No.
Yeah,
it's pretty much the same.
They work similar. I don't get how.
It's the
like,
same.
Yeah.
Let's put all of them here, and I think Witch Lock is in C, Gabri.
Witch Lock?
Yeah.
I can go behind that. I can go behind that. Actually, I can go behind that one. Witch Lock does a lot of good damage.
I mean, I know people think whips are absolutely trash, but I'm telling you, if you play whip as if you just play whip like Wing Knight Twin Axe, right? And all you do is just go for whiff punishes like the Wing Knight Twin Axe with the weapon art. It's actually very decent. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, but like unlike Twin Axe, you gotta understand this: the weapon art has very bad stun. If you trade, you lose basically. As a dagger stun.
You whiff punish. It's a reaction thing.
No, I'm saying
it's. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying like if they whiff, yeah, I know. But like let's say I do 2 R1s of stray sword, right, or whatever, like any. If you trade, you lose because it's a dagger stun. You only get it if you get it perfectly, and that's the only weapon. And as soon as you run out of FP, you're done. Like, what are you gonna do?
Trading with whips, yeah, right. Here's the thing. The other thing, though, whips weapon art. It's one of the fastest fucking attack in the game. It's fast curve sword speed, man.
Yeah,
whip weapon art.
I know, but the thing is, the range is shit. You gotta look at how they balance it. The range is shit in terms of like.
All right, and that's why we have it C tier. Let's move on. All right,
wait. Did you put all of them C tier? No, they're not.
No. Only Witch Lock. Yeah. Rosa Variandel.
I think Rosa. It's a decent weapon.
C as well.
I think it's a C weapon.
Okay, now we get to the bows, the shields, and the spells.
Yeah, Witch Lock as Aster, yeah, it's a C tier weapon. I agree because it does a lot of damage on a regular dark build. All
right, let's keep the spells for last. Let's do bows. So I have really only 2 types of bows. I have the composite bow and the Dragon Rider bow, which is pretty much one can do the rolling attack into bow shot, and the other one can't.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think about bows? I think Distant played a lot with it.
Bows, the short bows are actually kind of decent. You saying Distant play? Yeah, like the short bows, I think they're like the rolling attack one. You know what I'm talking about?
D tier.
I don't think they're like. I would say they're better than what's E tier. Let's go back to E tier.
E tier is Eleonora, Storm Ruler, Wolnir Sword, Drakeblood
They're
Greatsword,
not F
Bastard
tier.
Sword.
I don't think they're F tier. They're short bows. We're looking at the short bow, right? Like the
Yeah,
the
short bow, the useful one.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So I would say they're E tier or D tier. Up to you. I'm not like into them.
I think D tier. I think Distant has a lot of vids showing him beating a lot of players with it. So
yeah, but like
I think I'd put D tier.
I don't know how I see it like fighting like your average. There's a lot of if you fight like bow, there's a lot of weaknesses to it. Well, okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. If you get really good at it, I think you can still make it work.
If you fight like a random, I have literally like one video where I have like one whole run of Gale's only weapon art against random for 13 straight fights, and it just works. There's, you can't just base it off of randoms,
Okay, so if we put that that composite bow in D tier, I think the other one goes all the way in F, right?
Yeah.
Because the other one is downright useless. You can't do rolling attacks with it. There's no.
For sure, 100%.
Okay. Okay, so crossbows. I have 3 crossbows. Avalon, Knight's crossbow, Arbalest.
So I would say that let's do the odd one. Avalon. I think it's what do you think? It's.
I think Avalon does not really. It's not able to compete on its own, so I don't even think it goes S, even if it's a crossbow.
Oh, 100%. It's not S because you have to compare like how fights with a build. Yeah. It's a finish weapon. It's more like
it's really a finisher weapon. I think it might even go B, even if it's really good at roll catching. I think it's because it just doesn't have enough bolt. I think it's B.
Yeah, because if you miss and then like there's easy, like,
you
can get punished.
It has low recovery.
Mm-hmm. So, but the other crossbows, I would put SS, 2 S's, in my opinion.
The 2 others in SS?
Yeah. Like, the whole crossbow game is really stupid. Breaks the game, in my opinion.
Yeah. If we have the Demon Scar and SS, I think that both crossbows can be there.
Which Corvian dishonest Jackson? Like, you're talking about Corvian scythe? You guys are underestimating the Corvian scythe. Well, let's keep going. Yeah, the crossbows are SS tier. They break the game. In my opinion, I would put them the highest tier, like in terms of.
Oh, actually, I don't have great bows. Fuck. Let me go grab great bows real quick. Let's me grab the Millwood great bow, so we have one representative of the great bow family.
Yeah, one Gwen is good enough. They play very similar. I'll just throw it there. Great bow. Arbalest.
Yeah, one is good enough. We don't need to put all of these because they're really the same. And Millwood is the best one.
Yeah. I still remember when you used to use that sometimes in those 2v2s.
Okay, since we're lucky enough to have some footage of Grim using that great bow. So I don't think great bow is F tier because you can still have some things you can do with it. So either E or D for 1v1.
Yeah, I think like great bow, like if you give yourself some space to use it, I think it's not bad because like you could literally just reaction trade with it with huge damage.
I think D tier actually.
Yeah, I'll give him D tier.
Yeah, because it's really not like it's unusable at the start of the match. If you use it, it's basically a free shot or free chip.
Not just that, like if you want to go crazy, there's a lot of builds. You remember that seething chaos thing? You can just throw under you and just start doing it. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like throw a seething chaos under you and then start using your great bow. Like what are they gonna do?
I think it's definitely like if you give me like a great bow over one of those, actually. I might put great bow in E tier.
That's what I'm saying, Amir. There's a lot of ways to use it in neutral and be safe. Like seething chaos. There's if you throw under you and then like you pull it out, it's hard to get in there. How many bits do I need to donate to you? Okay. What is Doris talking about? Okay, so
I think Millwood great bow goes in E. Actually, I'm looking at it in a fighting situation. As soon as you get pressure, you can't charge it.
I'm not sure how it is, but I can get behind like F tier, E tier, D tier, whatever those. But it can't be more than those. There's no way it's more than that.
I'm gonna go with chat on that. Guys, what do you think? Millwood, Great Bull, E or D? E makes sense. E, E, D, D, E, D. Oh man, it's super split. Holy shit, it is 100% split. Okay, more E's now.
There's more ease.
Okay,
yeah.
more E's. Let's keep it.
No, Amir, like there's a lot of opportunities to do it if you really want to get yourself into the Millwood. If you want to get a build for it, like the one I mentioned, and after a backstab, you can actually just go into it. For example, if you get a backstab.
Shield counter. Shield doesn't really counter actually Millwood because it has some chip with the charge weapon, right?
Yeah, and then also as soon as they like, you can actually reaction trade because you just release and it's quick, you know, against a lot of things.
Okay, Buckler. Now let's go to the small shields. We got Buckler, Lewin, Iron Round Shield, and Warrior Round Shield. This is really only support. I don't know how we can rank that actually.
I don't think we should rate shields.
Yeah, maybe just the doors and.
Yeah, doors because it's a weapon. That's it.
And Dragon Head, maybe stuff that actually attacks.
Because like, yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's get the doors. What do we think the doors is? I think doors is definitely not lower than C. It's either B or C in my opinion.
I don't think it's B.
Maybe C then.
Yeah, C is reasonable.
It's not D though, because it's still pretty decent.
I think it's C. C is a good place to put it.
All right.
Doors scale with latency. If you guys have latency, if you're a latent piece of shit, use doors. There's a hit for you guys.
Yeah, doors can be countered, but honestly, like recently I started playing a certain way, like in some private fights with doors, and I know how to like prevent myself from getting countered, and it's working very well. But I don't think on its own it's worth C.
Remember Callie using doors?
Yeah, fucking Callie, man. All right, let's go with Dragon Head Shield. Do we put that in there or no?
I don't think we put it there because it's just
okay. Yeah, it wouldn't do it justice because it's a very, very good support tool.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's go with some of the spells. Homing Soul Mass, SS.
SS easily. When we say like homing soul mass, we talking about homing soul mass with a straight sword or with something like a fast.
I mean, even on its own, it could probably be SS too. They just fucking spam homing soul mass, recast it.
You can have homing soul mass with Farron slashes. What do you call that thing? Farron.
All right. Fire Surge. Do we put Fire Surge in S or SS? I think S.
I think S. See, Fire Surge is like a good spell. You know what I mean? Like it has a really noticeable weaknesses, like no stun. That's how you balance a good spell, in my opinion.
Lightning Arrow, obviously poise casted. S or A?
I would say S.
S, okay. And then Black Flame. We put that in S as well.
Black Flame, I think it's
or
an
A.
S. Okay. The Black Flame is an S because it's insanely fast. It's like 4 frames. Sorry, with the glove.
So we're saying that like a Black Flame would beat Goddard. Is what we're saying, and would beat like a Crow.
I mean, we're looking at Black Flame with a stray sword. You know what I mean? Just look at Goddard by itself versus because Black Flame is not gonna be by itself. Okay. The Black Flame is not gonna be by itself in terms of weapon, in terms of other spells like Fire Surge and all of that stuff. I think it's an S with T1.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna scrap the shields here because I don't like. After having done all that work, I don't think it's fair to rank the shields in there because it's really support tool.
It's not gonna make. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense in my opinion too. All right, go ahead, Joe. What do we got?
All right. What do we have here? So let's start from SS. We have Murky, Harp, PK, Demon Scar, Arbalest, Night Crossbow, Homing Soul Mass.
Seems reasonable to me.
Okay. S tier. Sorry, go ahead.
This is a filthy tryhard. This is like how if you're a dishonest person, you use those. That's what it means. All right. I'm just kidding.
S tier, we have Corvian, Grudagger, Ring Knight, Simi, Rotten Gru, S-Doc, Fire Surge, Lightning Arrow, and Black Flame.
Seems reasonable. I like it.
Yeah, I think so too, actually. Okay, A tier.
Are very good, actually. I like the less move.
Yeah, I think our S, and S are pretty, you know...
Lots of asses. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're about right. And then in A tier, we have... in A tier, we have Goddard, Mailbreaker, Dagger, Bandit Knife, Aquamarine, Tailbone Short Sword, Onikiri and Ubadachi, Crowquill, Ithril Rapier, Crystal Sage Rapier, Richard's Rapier, Lothric Knight Sword, Follower Saber, Sellsword Twin Blade, Warden Twin Blade, Painting Guardian Curve Sword, Kestis, Frayed Blade, Partisan, Drang Twin Spear, Splitly Greatsword, and Hazel Pick.
I actually like it. A tier. I don't see any issues in my opinion.
Someone had the Ricard with the puking emoji. I agree though. Ricard is definitely not as good as let's say Ithril Rapier. Exactly. It's not necessarily the best one in the tier, and it's probably not as good as the Ithril Rapier by every possible way. But it's still a rapier. You can still just make a build, have it sharp, and you just R1 really. It's no different from the others.
Yeah, Split.
You have to.
Who is this guy?
The thing is, like, most people here, like, see a weapon like that and just think it's worse compared to the others in its class, while the class itself and the base moveset itself is better than everything else around it. Exactly. All the other weapons. That's the problem here. That is why you get Ricard's Rapier in A. And in my opinion, it can't really go in B either.
It's good that you mentioned that, because I was mentioning it earlier. Remember, like I was telling you, like you can't just compare it to itself. You have to compare it with other weapons, how it matches other weapons.
Exactly.
That's how you should do the comparison.
Just like someone here, K-Dog, mentions Tailbone in A tier as well. Same thing with Tailbone. Tailbone pretty inferior to the other daggers that are better than Hit, but still a dagger with very long range.
Still, like what, 10 frames?
Exactly.
It's just
you can just beat, like, literally shut down almost every other weapon just because it's a dagger with very long range, even though it's not as good as Corvian, right?
Yeah.
So Tailbone still in A tier and sits very comfortably actually in A tier.
Honestly, like if somebody comes and tells me all the daggers are A tier, I wouldn't mind that. Like, but
yeah,
we had to like look at this situation. But, okay.
Yeah, we put some of the shorter daggers that do less damage in B tier because they are shorter, they do less damage, and they don't have quick step either. So those went in B tier, but something like a Tailbone short sword that has very long,
Handmade is the same thing. Arstar, like it's the same thing. But what did we put Handmade, by the way?
Handmade is in B tier. Because it's shorter, does less damage.
Handmade is the I remember this. I remember that. That's the one with the weird. It even has the worst offhand attack too.
How is Partisan better than Ring Knight Spear? You're gonna have to ask Gabri for that. I would still put Partisan in B if it was.
It's better because it has a better weapon art. Like the weapon art for Ring Knight Spear is not good. Like it's just good. It's a buff basically. That's all it is for.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put a note in here. It's gonna be the only note. And I'm gonna just put an arrow and say Gabri put that in there. 1 second here.
Oh my god. It just has everything going for it. Do you see my point? Like there's just nothing bad about it. Oh my god. I'm sure the Chad partisan users, agree with me. Who's there with who's a partisan guy? Like, show yourselves in the chat.
Okay, and then we add a little text here.
Where is DangitJM right here? Like, he's gonna agree with me. Where is he? He knows what's up.
one here. Oh boy, this is way too big.
There you go. See, we got a lot of partisans right there, you know?
There you go.
Jim, like, do you agree? Like, what do you think of partisan? Jim's there. These guys are trying to put it lower than A tier. These guys don't know what's up. What do you think? Oh my god.
There you go. I think that's fair like that. We have a little, a tiny note with a Gabri and a question mark next to the partisan.
Hey, it's freaking good, but hey,
how is Gundyr worse than partisan? Zionist, that is exactly what I'm asking. I don't think partisan deserves to be here. I think everything aligns perfectly here. Besides that one partisan that doesn't look right.
I guarantee you, like partisan can match every single of those weapons if you fight them in duels. Anybody who fights with them, I will fight anybody, and I will probably beat them with partisan. Like,
did you save the project? Oh my god, Amir, I did not. I did not save, dude. Imagine if that shit crashed. That would be horrible. Thank you, Amir.
Exactly, BRC. Like, it just has a lot of things going on for it. It's not like it has a way to catch, and then like it has a lot of good things going for it. Just gotta look at the whole package.
I'm gonna save actually another one just to make sure. Murky loses the partisan. Yeah. Okay, so A tier. Okay, besides partisan, I think everything is good for me. And then B tier. What we have in B tier is, woo, that's a long one.
There's a lot of B tiers. Holy crap.
There's a lot of B tier. So,
you know, rightfully so. There's a lot of, like, you know, mid-tier weapons.
So in B tier we have Ring Knight Spear, Brigand Twin Dagger, Handsbane Dagger, or Parrying Dagger, Scholar Candlestick, Longsword, Ethereal Straight Sword. What's it called? Astora Straight Sword, Lotric Sword, Dark Sword. Which one are the odd ones? I'm looking at this here, and what I'm not sure about is stuff like Crucifix of the Mad King in B tier. To me, that's a C tier. Actually, most of the Alberts, I think, if we have Gundyr in the same kind of pedestal as these, I'd put all the Alberts in C tier.
I'd put Crucifix lower. Okay. That RNG weapon art, it really kills it. If it was like you know, that Warcry, for example, only would be huge.
Trust Albert is too high. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think all the Alberts, in my opinion, all of them, I'd put them in C tier instead of what we have now.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Except Gundyr. I'd keep Gundyr in there. Gundyr in B tier.
You know what? Go ahead. I think that sounds reasonable. I think.
What do you guys think in chat?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't like. They're better than the Grey Swords. This is how I look at it. Do you see what I mean? Like, they put them lower end B tier. Put like Gundyr like higher end, and then like they're like lower end B tier. I think that's a better way. Because they're better than a lot of C tiers. If you compare them to C tiers, they're better than a lot of C tiers.
Albert C.
Red Hilted, come on, bro. Red Hilted is actually pretty good. Like, I'm actually talking about regular glaives, not the.
Come on, chat. Alberts in B or C tier?
We're talking about halberd, the thrust ones, or the glaives?
Both actually. The glaives and the Alberts.
Q dude up. Don't mess with the crucifix. No, Crucifix I think is deserves to be C tier, in my opinion. Even though like it has like a lot of cool things going on for her, it's very like you have to buff it. I hate the fact that you have to buff in order to be
B. Okay, most people seem to think it's B, so I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Okay. There probably are like the best neutral hyper armor weapons, honestly. So
they are because of the range and the shockwave.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Okay, What else do we have in there that might be iffy?
Which one do you have?
The
Okay.
brigand, the fucking brigand twin daggers.
I hate those weapons, man. Like that.
They're so
What is so
fucking
awful.
bad, man. They really only are at B
It's the
because
quick
they're
step like
dagger.
carrying it.
Yeah.
The quick step is just carrying it, like bringing dagger. Like it's one of those weapons. I don't understand how the L1 is slower than like a lot of like a straight sword and it's a dagger.
Why is hand axe at B tier? Hand axe is really like a short straight sword, and it's actually a tiny bit faster because the startup happens closer to your target, even though the data frame is the same.
I think reinforced club is better than a great sword. Yeah, filthy. Like I say this, like to me personally, a good great sword is about equal to like this, but I can get behind why reinforced can be better.
Yeah, I think from my experience, like having played a lot of great swords, you know that as well, Gabri. It's definitely harder to catch with a great sword roll catch than a club because of the just the way it is, you know.
And then the club has the stagger R1s. You can actually put them in a chain. It's actually pretty
Brigandine are worse than mannequins. What is Brigandine?
Brigand dagger, he means.
Oh, the brigand dagger. The Brigandine.
Oh, Brigandine.
Are worse than mannequin.
What is this? What does that mean? Like, I heard it somewhere. I don't know why I heard it, but like I heard it somewhere. Brigandine. All right, so it's a tip for
It's the Brigandine, Gabri. Brigandine.
Like it sounds so familiar. I don't know where I heard it from, but okay. So let's bring in dagger. I guess this is the quick step, and then being fast attack. Fuck it, keep it.
Why is Claymore in C tier? It's just greatsword by itself. The greatsword, even though I use it, Gabri uses it. It's not a great weapon.
As much like me and
it's a noob slayer. It's a noob slayer. That's what it is.
Like okay, so listen, I can see where JeeNiNe is saying that, like why it's a C tier. I can say like I think Gale's, in my opinion, should be a little higher. Other than that, like I think I agree.
You want to put Gale in B tier, is what you're saying?
Just because of like the hype, like weapon art cancel. It's a huge deal. Like when you fight.
Yeah, the weapon art priority.
Yeah, priority is a huge deal. And then you don't worry too much about shields anyways for it, because the way you look at it, when you're fighting shields, all the weapons that use shields other than dagger, which usually you don't see a dagger using a shield like a lot of times, you have priority over them anyways, you know? So it doesn't even matter if you know what you're doing.
Demon Fist higher than Gale, honestly, for me that sits straight. I think Demon Fist or Fist weapon in general. Yeah.
Demon Fists are great. You guys don't understand. Like, there's a lot of good things about Demon Fist. I know.
Yeah, Demon Fist definitely good. Honestly, Demon Fist is just you can reaction roll catch. You can whiff punish with it. Has good stun. Has huge stamina damage, and it has a very powerful combo in R1 into L1 or full weapon art.
Yeah, and not just that. Also, did you guys know that Demon Fist offhand, like it doesn't bounce? Like not just off.
Yeah, anywhere Demon Fist does not bounce off Perseverance.
Perseverance, yeah, that's a cool thing it has. It's pretty cool. I think it's a good B weapon. I like it. Keep it there. And then Gale's, I put a B tier. I think it's a lower end B tier, like one of the lower ones. Just if you have Crucifix, I feel like it's just better. It's just as good, if not better, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess Gale can go B tier, but it really edges it.
Yeah, just like towards the end of B tier.
Doors are not B tier. Doors are C tier.
Yeah, doors C tier. Like because of the L1s, you can still backstab them if you know what you're doing. What else? Okay. C tier. I think B tier should be good. C tier. What do we got?
Ooh, honestly, to me, like the real debate is and the B, C, and D. I think that's where any debate would be as far as where you put these. I think those are the harder ones to put.
I agree with that, because like SS and like all the top three, there's no argument there. I don't think so too much.
Shouldn't Split Leaf be an S tier? I'd say Split Leaf is very, very good, but because it can't impose aggression, it's still like these weapon all, like, technically would all beat Split Leaf eventually in a very patient match.
Like if you look at it hypothetically based on what you were saying earlier too, JeeNiNe, like if you play like extremely careful, you know, everything like that, they should still should lose, but at the same time it can be a stalemate if by a
yeah, it can be a stalemate with Split Leaf.
You know, you can't do anything against it, but
I wouldn't mind putting Split Leaf in S if you guys want to.
No, I don't think it's an S. There's no way.
Okay.
There is no way it's an S tier.
Yeah, you're right. You are right. I'm listening to chat too much. Fucking chat.
Yeah.
Fucking chat, making me move and destroy this tier list, moving stuff around.
JeeNiNe, remember that point-based tier list we were gonna make?
No, dude. Oh my god. We actually lost an hour doing that. At least we managed to do this tier list in 3 hours. So
you know that one.
So
whoever is watching from the beginning, you guys now have an idea how to make it like an actual legit tier list that's perfect. You know.
Yeah, with points and like stats kind of thing.
Yeah, this could be like a rough idea of how to do it.
But it would take forever, so we decided to just, you know.
2 weapons took us 2 hours. 1 hour, literally.
Okay, so here, since we have, let's keep the debate going. Since we have Gale in B tier, Gale is technically better than Uchi Katana, Short Sword, Broadsword, Valorheart. Okay, that's fine. Barb, Straight Sword, Cleric Candlestick, Broken Straight Sword, Sunlight, Onyx, Claymore, Claw, Crowtalon, most of the short spears, Lothric Long Spear. Lothric Long Spear could actually sneak in B as well.
I know, but you have there as like the good spears, you know, like it's the running attack is a big deal. You know, if it doesn't have the running attack, how is it gonna get in there?
Well, the thing is with Lothric Long Spears, it has that perfect tracking R2. And the R1 that comes out fast, it wins every trade pretty much with the poke if it's not against hyper armor.
Then you would have to put the pike there if you think about it, because they're literally the same weapon, just better stats.
Better in every way.
Yeah.
I don't think the pike actually has the R1 weapon art into R1 true combo though.
Weapon art into
Lothric Long Spear has that.
I think it has it. No, it does have it. I remember
it has it? The pike has it? Okay.
Yeah, it's literally the same.
What do you guys think? Does the pike belong in C tier or does it belong in B tier?
I don't think it's better than Corvian. I genuinely don't think it's better than Corvian. So if you're gonna put it there,
yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, yeah, it's consistent. If we keep it at C.
Yeah, we gotta look at the other ones.
I actually think our tier list is pretty decent.
Spears? Well, Plow is one of the longest spears. That's why. And it's a faster.
Yeah, Plow. We put Plow. Like most of the spears are in B tier. I think it's fair. I don't think the spears go in A tier with some of the weapons that have a gimmick or are very good at roll catching. Like if we look at what we have in A, it's really good weapons. Honestly, even if you don't like Ricard's rapier or Aquamarine dagger, these are still better than. The spears you'll have.
Like you mentioned earlier, even though you have like an exclamation mark on Partisan, like you mentioned earlier, if you compare Partisan against, like I remember me and JeeNiNe, we had a fight, like it's hard to fight a spear with like a good spear, like a long one with Partisan. But if you fight like other good weapons, like I'm talking about PKCS, I'm talking about like, you know, like the Mercantile, it's Quick Step. It's much easier to fight it with a Partisan than with a regular spear. Do you get what I mean? You got to compare it to other weapons. Don't just compare between the same class. Like,
I don't know. I always thought you were on a cloud with Partisan. I always thought it was pretty bad because even when you get the weapon art, it does no damage.
No, actually, it does really like with the R2 and it does decent damage. What do you mean? Like the whole thing is a combo. It's not about and it gets you to the whole combo situation. It's pretty good. It's pretty.
I mean, this is why I got this little question mark right here. It's a Gabri thing.
You're underestimating it, man. You're behind. You're still behind on that one. You're gonna get to it soon, hopefully in 2023.
I know, Akrish. I'm trying to explain to him that it's B, but it's Gabri. We can't. It's too late.
By the way, Elden Ring is coming out 2030. So you still have time to get behind Partisan.
Oh, there you, Jim. I probably use the Partisan a lot more than everyone in chat, to be absolutely honest. I have used it a lot. I have used the partisan a lot, actually.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Sorry, guys. Give me a second.
Let's take a look at some of the lower tiers so we can laugh a bit for the later part. So here we have the in D tier, the Black Knight Great Axe in D tier with the Dark Hand.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just cut off earlier. Okay. What were we talking about? I just cut off earlier.
Dude, I don't get why you crazy bastards are saying that Black Knight Great Axe belongs in C tier. You guys are absolutely insane.
Dude, you
insane.
It deletes your HP. If I show you frame data, like why it's that good, if you
it deletes my HP. It doesn't even touch my HP. That's what it does.
Okay, the reason you have a lot of the C tiers in terms of ultras there, right? Is because of roll and poke and like ZY and all that, you know. But the Great Axe has similar perks, and even like it loses on range, but it gains on good recovery to R1. So there's like a give and take kind of thing with it. It's and then you
Black Knight Great Axe fans are delusional. That is exactly what I'm thinking. You guys are crazy. I mean, it's still in D tier. It's still in D tier with fucking Lorien Greatsword, with Kumo, with Exile. Oh my god.
That's another weapon you're behind, JeeNiNe. You need to get.
Oh my god, you're crazy, Gabri.
Alright, that's one more year for Black Knight Glaive. I'll give you that. Until you get to, then you can be like, oh yeah, you were right.
It's a noob slayer, exactly that. It's a noob slayer.
No, it's not. Like it's the same thing. Same. All these C tiers are noob slayer, anyways. What do you mean? Like they're all noob slayers.
All the C tier?
All the C tiers, they're noob slayers, anyways.
I'm looking at this. I don't think. Look at this.
All of them
here.
are noob slayers. Like if you think of like they're all. Noob
slayers. There's still some straight swords in there, so. Still some straight sword. There's still some a falchion.
Yes, well, you got a falchion. That's good luck beating a good player with a falchion if they're using a better weapon, you know.
I mean, a falchion is still a weapon that you can use to a certain extent. It has a good moveset.
But you know, Castle said it right. Castle said it right. Noob slayer.
What did Castle say? Honestly, most people in this chat are noobs.
They don't know what they're saying, bro. But hey, if you want to keep it D, it's fine. But hey, next year once you start using it, make sure you put a C tier, all right?
Oh my god.
I'm just kidding.
Honestly, okay, so Black Knight Great Axe versus any of the fast weapons in there, I think the fast weapon wins every time.
But that's you can say that a lot for a lot of them, in my opinion. I'm a noob. Yeah, go ahead, keep it D. But it has a lot of things going on. Can win against. Yes,
I mean, good on you if you can use it properly, but it's still a weapon that relies heavily on just your opponent walking into it and just getting hit by it, just like the other weapons that are in the same tier as it. So that's why it belongs there, in my opinion.
But that's the same thing for other weapons, like what is it, like the freaking Lothric Knight, Grey Sword. Same thing. You walk into
Lothric Knight Ultra.
Yeah, same thing for
that has the bless. That's why we put it above here, because it has the regen advantage. Because unlike the Black Knight Great Axe, you force your opponent to walk in you at some point because you just regen over them.
Lido's has the rock one, Castle, like the art.
Yeah, Lido definitely belongs in B in my opinion, because Lido, unlike all the other big weapons, has a way of roll catching and dealing damage against the opponent's will.
You guys gave me a good reason to come back and start playing. I'm gonna show you guys how good Black Knight Great Axe is. I'm gonna start training like Rocky and going on like who wants to train with me, and put on that Rocky music, just to show you how good that weapon is.
I think the Black Knight Great Axe sits perfectly right next to the Soldering Iron.
Oh, well, where's Soldering Iron?
In the same tier as Black Knight Great Axe.
It's still a spear, yeah. It's like a running attack.
It's still a spear.
Good.
I mean, you're pretty much gonna have to chip up for a long time, but it's still a spear.
It's still a spear, that one. So, to be honest, I have complaints with that one. The one next to it, next to
the Crescent Axe.
Yeah, that one is just bad.
Yeah, Crescent Axe pretty bad. But I mean, is Crescent Axe really?
Like the axe that you have, the first one on E. What is it called? The
Battle Axe? Oh no, the Eleonora.
Like which, if you compare,
I think Crescent beats Eleonora big time.
I don't know.
I mean, Crescent is Gabri. Crescent is. So you have to think of Crescent like just a short glaive. That's what it is. There's nothing else to it. It's still a short glaive. So
it has the bad weaponer though. Like glaives have that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a one-dimensional halberd.
It's not just a short glaive. It has worse moveset too. Just short and worse moveset.
If we have the glaive in
like if it had
B tier,
sweep, it's a huge, completely different ball game for it.
I mean, you can't really put it in the same tier as what's it called? Actually, what do we have? In E tier? We don't have a lot of weapons in E tier. We have all the bad great swords, blacksmith hammer, Eleonora, some of the overhead great swords, Yorm, Millwood.
You know what? E tier actually looks good. I like E tier. Did we have all? Did we have all great hammers and great axes like lower? Right.
Yeah, we have all great axes and great hammers in F tier.
Those are so yeah. I think that's the most accurate one. F tier is the most accurate one, more accurate than SS, in my opinion.
Yeah, the F tier really is accurate, and I like that in E tier we have the great swords and the Yorm that have the longest range for the shockwave to be at least safe from neutral.
It's true. Like the Yorms, yep, and Yorms it can combine well with like other weapons, combination weapons, like straight sword.
Great Club deserves E. Tell me why. Tell me why Great Club deserves E.
No, I think it's a C. Wait, what did we put it? What did we put it?
Great Club is an F with all the others.
Oh, did you said Reinforced Club or Re-Club or?
No, the Great Club. The Great the.
Oh yeah, that's.
The backstab sticks from Dark Souls 1. Backstab stick.
The R2 is the most overrated R2, guys. Like,
yes.
You guys think it's if you want a good R2, like for an Ultra, the reason why those Ultra Great so the R2s are good, when you release it, it's quick. So as you see them like rolling, you release it, and then it literally like almost like reaction catches them.
To be honest, thanks for the bits. Move Darken down to E tier.
That one does not do it. This one just depends on your opponent. If you just like you press and circle like in that,
Darken is still a fist weapon that can roll catch on reaction, even with low damage. So it really can't be in E tier because of that.
Yeah, I think it's good. I remember pairing it with a one-handed greatsword. Like it literally, Dark Hand carried the one-handed greatsword. I had like.
Exactly. Like Acker said, the Great Club becomes E tier on 30 FPS, or maybe even D tier on 30 FPS. But at 60 FPS, which is what the list is on, it's definitely below there.
That is a good point. That is a good point. A lot of my fights I remember was in 30 FPS for the PS4. So
yeah, guys. By the way, if you're playing on normal PlayStation or you're playing on Xbox, this tier list might not represent your experience as much because at 30 FPS, a lot of weapons are more usable because their attacks are harder to dodge. Like for instance, this is a good example. Like the Great Club R2 here, that's very easy to dodge at 60. And it gets a little harder at 30.
Not just that, JeeNiNe. Like, it's easy backstab. If people literally go strafe it, they backstab it. I don't know if you guys tried that. Go strafe a guy you charging, you backstab them. That's it. They can't do anything.
Moonlight in D tier. The decent great swords are in D tier because great swords are still decent, right? They're just below average, which is C.
Yeah.
And so that's why Moonlight is there.
Moonlight, I think it's reasonable to have it there.
Yeah, and it's the same color. Look, guys, Moonlight is the same color as D tier. It just matches.
You got a match. You got a match right there. I think it looks reasonable. I like this. I don't think we have time to do the combination one. We had, if we didn't do that one in the beginning, we could have like done it, but I don't think we have time.
Is Gundyr viable as a main weapon in duels? Yes, it is.
It is good.
It does get shut down by shield, but not completely. If you just do the Alberdar one, you can be safe forever until your opponent makes a mistake. You don't do the weapon art against a shield, and you know, the Gundyr, and why I like Gundyr so much is not because I used it. I decided that Gundyr was good before I started using it. It's because the Gundyr has a
the weapon art is just.
I mean, the weapon art can roll catch, and most people that think Gundyr is not that good don't know when and how to use the weapon art. I'm not gonna say that Gundyr is the new sliced bread or anything. It's definitely easy to backstab and easy to counter if you know what you're doing. But if you compare it to other Alberts, it's one of the only ones that has an option to roll catch someone who doesn't want to get roll caught.
I agree with that, but I think one thing a lot of people don't like when they fight is this is kind of like a fundamental kind of tip. So when you're fighting, like in general, always try to be like going left and right. Don't go backward too much, you know. Because when you do get backward too much, you might get hit by a Gundyr. But if you're strafing a lot, like as you're fighting, and somebody like even if a good Gundyr user uses it, you can catch them with a backstab. You know how Gundyr like can go through you sometimes, like weird, like So if you're already strafing, you can either get that or you can literally just strafe it and backstab them. That's where Gundyr, like if you know how to fight it.
Yes, that's where it fall off. But on the other hand, if you know that can happen, if you know the matchup right, like I do, you can really take advantage of that. I've caught so many great players just unlocking that weapon art behind me where they're going and just catching them with the full swing.
I know what you mean, but remember like how you even with swaps, you know how like you always
we're not talking about swaps here.
Like
swaps aside, doesn't have to do anything with swaps. Just use as a main weapon.
I know what you mean, but I'm saying like the weapon art itself, the most surprising way to use it is during the swaps, is what I'm saying. Like, you know, because you don't expect so you came out anyway. That's the whole idea, right? But I'm saying,
well, in my opinion, not with swap. Forget about swaps. The most efficient way to use that is either after you land an R1, instead of comboing into another R1, you go for the full weapon art, and then your opponent's on the floor, and then you can start chaining others. You can do another weapon art and maybe even get like a full kill just doing that. Or if you corner your opponent, you have a few options. Your opponent is forced to roll in either direction. If you point the direction with your Gundyr beforehand, you can definitely catch people.
To try Dancer is all a part of the plan.
Where did we put Dancer?
JM, actually, Dancer is I fought like hard for it to
we put Dancer in B tier. I think that's fair actually with looking back at it.
We represent the off meta me and you, JM. Okay, so whatchamacallit? What I was saying earlier about Gundyr is, you know, just hypothetically, like the whole idea of the swap of Gundyr, right? Being
why are you talking about swaps?
No, let me get to the point. You just cut me off. So listen,
you don't even swap.
Let me get to the point. So what I'm saying is the fact that at that point, when they swap, like the Gundyr like a swap, they use the weapon art. Even if you're strafing, even then, remember how when we fight, like how many times have I got hit by it? You know what I mean? Like if we fight me and you, because you're strafing, you shut it down. So imagine when you're actually using the weapon by itself without swap, where you actually know.
Gabri, I've been in all these situations so many times. Like
I don't think it's as good as you think, in my opinion. Like the weapon art.
It is very good
in ganks, but I don't think in 1v1 is that good. I just don't think.
You're delusional, man. I'm not thinking about ganks. I'm not thinking about swap.
No.
You're in your head right now.
No, listen, it's not delusional or anything like that. Don't start naming things delusional or anything. I'm just saying this based on my. We're looking at a 1v1. 1v1 in scenario. If you actually play a good
1v1.
player, honestly, JeeNiNe, like you've been playing like really bad players. Like that's why, like
Gabri, that's why I'm saying you're delusional. You don't know who I'm fighting. I'm not just like playing people on stream. I fight people off stream as well. I fight the players that are the best players that are available. I fight Assassin. I fight Painted. I even fought some other people that I can't name.
I
like
get
recently.
it. Listen. I know what you mean, but the Gundyr, you fought assassin recently. It costs you like when you start using that. If you use like meta like that, we're probably
No, okay. So here's the thing: against assassin, like saying the latest tournament, what I got punished, where I did damage was actually my Gundyr swap. So let's put that out of the way. Where I did good during my fight versus assassin was the beginning, where I had the great bow out, used the great bow, got my great bow damage, some Gundyr swaps in all the fights. I did actually get a lot of Gundyrs right on assassin, and that's what kept me in the match. Where I lost these match was when I had the dagger out and he completely ate me alive when I had the MailBreaker versus his Gru Curve Sword. That's where I really lost the match. That's what happened in those fights. And then actually, I tried to parry him a bunch of times. So this is really where I lost. It's not really because of Gundyr.
I know, but like there were moments where he punished a lot of the Gundyr, a few of them. Even in the other tournaments before, he did that too. What
that
I'm
was
saying,
PK.
I'm
that
not
was
saying,
PK, Gabri.
I mean,
PK versus Gundyr, and I think I got two rounds against his PK, or 3 rounds.
So it's not that much.
3 versus a 3-on-5, 5-3 for assassin. PK versus Gundyr, not too bad.
To get to the whole point, it's not about like beating who. The point is,
No,
what
it's
I'm
not
saying
about beating who.
Is like I think like you use it too much of like just you're playing the invasion mentality.
No, this is
Not
where
in the
you're wrong.
duels.
I'm still a duelist, dude. I don't consider anything invasion when I think about a weapon.
It's up to you. Like if you want to keep it, if you want to put it higher A tier, you can do that. But I don't think it's it's just to stay in B tier.
Best of 9 Gundyr versus Partisan. Oh, dude.
No, like come on, relax,
Oh,
guys.
dude.
It's just for fun, guys. Come on, we talk.
I honestly think Gundyr eats Partisan for breakfast.
No, not even close. Not even close.
Oh,
But I
yes.
don't want to go there. But honestly, like trust me, guys. If you guys think Gundyr is, you guys haven't been fighting good players. I genuinely don't think that's the case.
I think you're forgetting that Gundyr is the longest halberd.
A lot of players came before you guys, and that used Gundyr. Threadless, he used it like religiously, and he was amazing at it. There was a guy in my pod, everything like that. You guys gotta be objective about this. Gundyr by itself gets shut down by a lot of things. You know, Partisan does not shut down the same way. Use the shield, you destroy Gundyr. There's nothing.
Yes, that is true. Shield does counter it.
You can just literally click L1 with a weapon, and then and the poison damage for like not the poison, stamina damage is
all right. But just that aside, what wins, Gundyr or Partisan?
Partisan. There's so many things you can do with Partisan against all the more matchups than with Gundyr.
Guys, at the end of the day, this is why there's 2 of us doing this. You see that? You got 2 great players. They both completely disagree, but it's fine.
You know what? You guys gotta love this.
We can find a middle ground.
This is nerds. You know, we're nerds. We're talking about business. This is
but keep in mind that Gabri and I have been friends for like what, 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's been a long time. This is hey, this is for fun, guys. Don't just look at the chat. They're going at it.
Yeah, chat just wants to see fucking blood. That's what it is.
They're hilarious, bro. Okay. But yeah, I think this is a good tier list. This is good. Keep it that. If you want to put Partisan, it's up to you, JeeNiNe. Put it there, B tier. I told you what.
I think I like having the little Gabri thing here. Just so that people are reminded that Gabri was here.
Hey, to have some flavor in it, you know.
Oh my god.
Man, I really wanted to put some of those combination weapons. I wish we didn't do that thing. We could have had some.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so for your information, guys, I did not want to make the tier list based on weapon combinations because that is just too long. There's too many possible combinations. It gets too complicated. It's too hard to make a tier list when you consider, like, okay, daggers plus ultra. Okay, daggers plus red-hilted halberd. Okay, machete with straight sword. You know, it gets like too much. There's just too many combinations.
Yeah, too many. The way I was thinking about it, I would be like, okay, ultra greatsword main hand, fast weapon offhand. You know what I mean? Like, just generalize it, and then we can just throw out there. But it will be too much. Okay, I think that should be good enough. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we can wrap this up. I think that was good. We still managed to do this tier list in 3 hours. If it wasn't for the beginning where we kind of, you know,
Hey,
tried stuff.
I want to repeat that. Somebody get on that, man. Like, get on that tier list. You know, a lot of you guys are in COVID, doing nothing, don't have jobs. This is what you got to do. Go get that.
It's not. Don't fucking waste your time with this shit.
I'm just
Don't listen
kidding.
to him. Just play the game. Oh my god.
All right, have a good one, guys. Have a good one.
Alright, so I'm gonna upload this tier list on the Discord. It's gonna be in the tools section, so you guys can, you know, play around, maybe make your own version or something. Thank you guys all for watching. This is gonna go on the YouTube as well. Guys, thanks for staying by the stream through this whole thing. Really appreciate that. Where's Follower Torch? Oh shit, Gabri, you forgot Follower Torch.
Yeah, bro, we can't.
Follower Torch is
go
not in there. Good fucking call, Zionis. Good call. You know why? It's because fucking Frextra Life doesn't have it in there. Where is it?
I don't even think it exists. Like, that's
dude, where is it?
That's why Fextra is bad, man. That's why Fextra is bad. We should.
Where did they have it?
We should boycott it for not having it.
Dude, they don't even have the torch.
That's fucking.
They don't even have the normal torch.
That's ridiculous.
Dude, what do we do?
Let's
go. Let me find the icon on Google.
Boycott them. Nobody uses it.
Not video, image. Okay, there you go. We have torch. This is the follower torch. Oh boy, this is ugly. Let's take this. Whoever did that. Oh my god. Follower torch with the little face. Good fucking
oh wow,
lord.
JeeNiNe, you use Firefox? Like, I haven't seen. Like...
No, it's I have Chrome, I have fucking Opera, and I have Firefox. I had issue with browsers, so I always try different ones. This is like when I use private page, I use the Firefox private page.
I gotcha. Honestly, you might as well just use that. Like, there's no torch. That's amazing. Wow.
Look at that. This is great.
Alright, you know what? That's a good conclusion right there, my man. Now we finally completed it with a follower torch. Alright, I'm gonna get going right now, JeeNiNe. This was fun.
Alright.
Yeah, this was really fun. Everybody take care.
Alright, have a good one, Gabri.
You have a good one.
Guys, we need to put the follower torch before this is over. Big follower torch. Probably goes in... we got the mace in D tier. I think it's probably gonna go in D tier. Even with the fire thing. It's like it's still below the others above, so follower torch in D tier would be fine. Alright guys. That was fun actually. Dude, that took a while, man. I'm gonna need to open the window. It is so hot in the room. It is 27 degrees Celsius. Holy shit, it is so hot. Alright guys, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for coming by. Again, we're gonna put this tier list in the Discord. So, exclamation mark Discord if you want to get access to it. Just join the Discord. And we're gonna upload this stream as well. So that if you know, want to show it to someone, watch it back, whatever reason, it's gonna be out there. Thanks everyone for watching. Omega, thanks for staying, my man. Karmic, Love Thief, thank you so much for all the bits, man. Really appreciate it. Mad Mesga, thanks for the bits, dude. Zionis, thanks for the sub, dude. Thanks for 2 months. Love Thief, love you. BRC, have a good one. Jane, take care, bro. Lynx, have a good one, man. Astor, thanks for staying, man. When Partisan Gun Deer, I'd be down, but I mean, not right now. Like, I think we spent too much time on this. Take care, dude. Thank you, Worm. K-Capper, have a good one. Aaron, have a good one, man. Brenna, take care, dude. Arky, take care, dude. Rex, have a good night, friend. Rotten Ishimura, see you, dude. See you, Seb. Take care, dude. Amir, you too. Off Blue, take care. Dark Assassin, Tommy of Astora, take care, man. Karmic, have a good one. Booster, Q Doodoo, have a good one. Orphan Cat, have a good one. Thanks for everyone who donated during the stream, subscribed, everything. Really appreciate the support. Thanks for participating in chat. Let's get an ad and raid some Dark Souls 3 player. Take care, everyone, and have a good night.